Weird.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to.
Oh, yeah, I was like in it like a week ago.
Yeah, you were. Really? Oh, yeah, I was there.
Hey,
Everybody.
I was literally there for.
Welcome to boner content. Bonus content.
Man.
Oh, hey.
You're probably the first person to ever make that joke.
I know. I'm not. For sure. Why does so? This is a bonus content question. Why does so YouTube is set to auto tweet when we go live or when a video uploads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And every time we go live, YouTube will pick a random language.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, why did you tweet in Swedish?
And tweet it in whatever that language is. And we get questions that say, like, why does this tweet exist? Who sent this out? And I don't have an answer for you. Anyone. Any of you.
I just saw that and I was like, oh, hey, nice.
Yahinga Dinger Durgan.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what that says.
Happy Leif Erikson Day. That's what it says. Here's Rational Passions Podcast, episode 295. I'm Alex. Jarrett and
No, don't.
The double entendres are here.
We had such an opportunity to just avoid this and move on. To grow as people.
I could have said I didn't. I could have said I didn't have time to do this.
I'm just really busy.
Jared Green and Jacob Bryan are here. And this is a little special reunion episode. As you can see, there are only three of us. The normal crew is not here. I told them to take the week off to go listen to themselves for a little bit. And by that, I mean like their hearts and souls.
Like listen to their own heartbeats. That's real creepiest homework assignment.
I mean, that's something Kanye West would do.
That's true. He would also record it and rap over it and sell you it for like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, he would. And then he would pee on a sweater and tell you it was a new fashion line.
And I would believe him.
I would believe him. So 3 years ago, this past week, you two joined Irrational Passions as writers.
I just lit that thing on fire.
And just burn it to the ground. How crazy is that? When I had the realization, I'm like, oh yeah, that was like 2 years ago. No, that was 3 years ago.
It's nuts, dude.
Yeah. So that's what...
Was it really?
Hung out in real life since then. Once. All of us. Alex and I are a little more committed to hanging out in person, but that's...
The three of us. Well, I mean, that was true until you were like, I don't know if we're going to make it to extra life.
Right.
Jared's going to be there.
Don't pull that card. You happen to live in the area he was going. So.
It's true. But yeah, that's what we're going to talk about in the main show. In bonus content, we'll keep it cash. You know what I'm saying?
Keep it cash.
Jacob, how's life, man?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Super fucking busy because of the Emmys. Just so busy. Yesterday I worked for 12 hours. It was awesome.
12 hours?
From 10 to 12.
Making that overtime bank?
12 hours.
Wait, no, it's not 12 hours. I worked from 10 to 11. Sorry, so I worked 13 hours. Shit.
That's a hella hours.
Hella hours.
That's as the Californian here would say.
Low man on the... No, I would never say that. I would never say that.
Would you say soda by chance?
No, I wouldn't say soda. I'd say pop because that's what it's called. Because I'm from the Midwest.
Nebraska.
All right.
You guys just learned words wrong.
Yeah,
no, we learned them right.
Do you call a cow wife?
All right, well, I'm gonna see you guys later.
That was maybe the worst setup, and then the worser delivery of humor.
Worser, you're right.
And I don't know words.
Hundo percento. Shout out to Amy Gilroy. Hang out in the chat. She says, "Happy birthday."
Hey, girl.
Which I'm sure she says with an Irish accent.
Yes, as you should.
Jacob, do you remember meeting Amy?
As you should.
Or were you too drunk?
There's a chance I was too drunk.
It's true.
I was drunk for the entirety of the time I was in San Francisco, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Not impressive, which is not an impressive thing, or not something that should be bragged about, but it's not. I can't escape the fact that I was.
It is what it is.
Danny and I drank an entire bottle of rum while waiting in line to get into the show.
I was actually impressed because you told me like, "Hey, I'm gonna be drunk the whole time I'm there." I'm like, "Cool, as long as we get to hang out." And you're like, "I won't remember any of it." I'm like I said, as long as we get to hang out. And you totally were drunk.
I was, but it was my vacation, and I just started at work full time, so I was celebrating. I
Yeah,
hadn't seen you in a year and a half, and I remember hanging out with you. It's not that I don't remember.
I know.
I was drunk. We got pizza. We have a lot of really bummer pictures of us just taking pictures of pizzas.
Yeah.
It's not impressive either.
Yeah, we had a lot of good memories. Amy says she remembers, and Danny
God.
was so drunk.
I apologize if I was a nightmare.
Belligerent.
There's video proof of me being drunk and whatever. Who makes those videos? You know what I'm talking about? That entrance?
Christian.
Yeah, the first shot of like the actual show day.
Yeah, you guys running in there.
Running in, and I looked as drunk as I actually was.
Yeah, you look like a wild animal. Let me change.
A wild animal.
Yeah,
an animal with a t-shirt on.
That's not what animals do, unless you're a pet of someone who doesn't love you.
Yeah, if you're an animal wearing a t-shirt, you're definitely not a wild animal. You're as domesticated as you can.
That's why I'm saying you are a wild animal, but someone put a t-shirt on you so as to fool folks into believing that you're not.
Someone tried to saddle me. Is what you're saying. Someone tried to bring me.
I see what you're getting at.
They tried to mount you.
All right. Yeah.
Can't mount that, though.
Pretty sure it was Danny Juarez. Can confirm.
Man's a wild mounter.
Fuck that guy.
Hashtag fuck that guy.
He was in LA and got mad at me that I didn't hang out with him, and he was staying over an hour away from me.
Yeah, I heard that he was in LA this past week and you did not see him, but you gave him an opportunity to come to you and see you.
Yeah. I said, "You going to come to Sherman Oaks? Because I'm not going to go to fucking wherever the hell you're at." Because I Google mapped it. It's so far away. I don't have time for that shit. He was on vacation. He could come to me.
Amy Gilroy brings up the great example of a baboon with a t-shirt.
Do I look like a baboon?
No, I was just saying like a wild animal with a t-shirt. Lanky Kong wears a t-shirt is what I'm saying.
But I mean, like, all of them wear clothes.
And he's an orangutan.
They were some sort of, does one guy just wear sunglasses, which is like
Funky Kong, yeah. I think he wears like a vest.
I really don't like when you have animals that clearly wear clothes and then you still choose not to put clothes on some of them, because you've already established that these animals know what clothes are for. But then there's some who just want to free ball. Like, that's just the life they live.
Mm-hmm.
And if everybody's nuts are out, then it's different. But like, if a homie's wearing shorts and you just decide not to, like, what kind of message are we sending? What about the kids? Really?
What about the kids? Hey, shout out to Logan Wilkinson is in the chat. He's the writer for Irrational Passions podcast or .com. We should get him in here.
We're like the old guard.
You guys are so when Brendan canceled, I reached out to George Cruz because he's with the new guard, and he's at a wedding.
The eyes are still bright and unshattered. Jared and I, we've just been through the fucking ringer so much we can't even. We're so jaded and destroyed at this point.
Well, I mean,
this looks like a can of Coke. It's actually just bourbon.
Yeah. I said I was drinking water. It was all vodka.
What does that say about me, the editor in chief?
You ride us hard and put us away wet.
All right.
And you're set up for the biggest fall.
Yeah,
it's true. I hope Logan can record his own audio. I'm sending him a DM right now. We're gonna find out. I've never spoken to Logan, but I'm sure
none of us have.
I'm sure he's a nice kid.
This won't be intimidating to him at all.
Well, I've spoken to him, just like not like voice audio.
Do you remember the first time you spoke to us, voice audio?
Yeah, I was so nervous. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Why?
I was just about to say there wasn't like a meeting.
There was a meeting. Oh, there was not a meeting. Well, it's because for the new guys, they came on kind of like one by one by one.
But when we came on, it was all at the same time, so we had like an actual Skype talk, right? That was the day before my birthday, I'm pretty sure.
I figured you'd Snapchat him or something. I don't know.
I do send Logan very salacious snap now.
Salacious Snapchat.
I should get everyone on Snapchat.
You've sent me some pizza snaps before. You had a pizza journey one day, and that was an odyssey. That was an odyssey. Drunken Alex on the
journey.
That was awesome.
Alex was not sober, and he was talking about going to get pizza, and he didn't. No, he didn't send me a Snapchat. He just sent me
No.
an actual video.
I didn't go and get pizza. Pizza came to us. That's I remember.
You were like walking between houses and stuff. You were just like having a party at 2 separate houses, and you were like, "Well, I'm going to this place to get an alcohol, and then I'm going back to this place, and I'm going to go get some pizza once it shows up, and then I'm going to go back home."
Well, so here's the story. It was my friend Chris's birthday party, and it was also his like, "Hey, I'm moving to like a college essentially, but I'm also going on vacation like to Europe before college." And then so like this is going to be my last day here. So let's fill this house with people and get fucking trashed. And of course I'd work the next morning, but I was like, well, Chris is leaving, so I have to get trashed. So I got drunk. I got really drunk.
I got drunk.
So I got drunk.
Drunk enough that I was sending Snapchats that I should not have been sending.
I actually think you just sent me a video, like on your phone. Like
I might have.
It was old school. You sent an actual video, like in a text message.
I was like, should I Snapchat this girl that I've been talking to? And everyone was like, yeah, you should do that.
Of course, because your friends aren't helping you make good decisions.
And I did, and she saw them and never responded. Which is usually how that story goes, as you all know.
Nailed it.
So then I ordered pizza delivery, not DiGiorno. And this was delivered to my house, which is right up the street. So then I walked to my house and then ate pizza really drunk.
I found them. You sent them to Barrett and I.
Yeah. And then I walked back to Chris's house. And then, I was very drunk.
The photo, the thumbnail, I won't show it obviously because I don't want you to die of embarrassment. But your hair is in a way that says that it screams, "I can only be drunk or homeless" at this point.
Most likely both.
It was pre-haircut, so
it was it was a wild mange.
Yeah, it was a mess. That was like the end of July, I think it was. Man, rough time for Alex O'Neill, which implies that right now is not also a rough time.
That sounds like a TV show.
Rough time for Alex O'Neill.
Rough time for Alex O'Neill.
With rough time with the Rough Boys.
That's radio. That's your radio show.
That's our show. That's this show right now.
We're the Rough Boys.
The Rough Boys.
We are the Rough Boys.
If I wasn't a rapper in the 90s, I don't want to be the Rough Boys.
I mean, that's fair. Which, if you were a pro wrestler in the 90s, would you want to be the Rough Boys?
Yes.
Okay.
Clearly. That's also a 90s pro wrestling tag team name, the Rough Boys.
Is that real? Or is that just...
But if I said that if there was a tag team in the 90s called the Rough Boys, you'd probably believe me.
Yeah. What would Jarrett and Jacob, the tag team pro 90s wrestlers, be?
I feel like we had this conversation the last time we were on the podcast together, and because of the double entendre.
I want you to Google Booker T and Goldust.
Would it be...
that doesn't mean nothing to me.
Would it be...
I said to Google it, and it'll tell you everything you need to know.
Would it be chocolate and vanilla ice pop?
That would be our gimmick.
Was it Booker?
No,
right.
Booker T and Goldust.
All right. This seems like an uncomfortable outfit that I'd have to be wearing. I'm assuming I have to be Goldust because he looks like an idiot.
I was gonna say, who's Booker T and who's Goldust?
See, I guess that's the swerve. Like whoever, you never know. You can take turns the costume.
That would actually be really good. Does Jacob take turns wearing dreadlocks as well, or is?
I hope so.
I mean, I would. If I was switching off, I'd go all out. I'd make it look right.
You know how they have like gender bending roles? This would be a race bending role.
I'm sure it will go over really well too.
Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. did it. That's my point of comparison.
He also did coke, like a lot of coke.
Yeah, I think he broke into someone's house and
like slept in like their child's bed or something like that.
Vanilla Ice and the Rough Boys.
The Rough
Boys.
Boys.
Are you Vanilla Ice in this scenario?
I really don't want to be. Well, as long as you two are the Rough Boys, actually, I'll take it.
Honestly,
you just need the right Rough Boys.
I think you guys are always the right Rough Boys.
Is this boys with a Z? just for continuity.
Obviously, don't
Absolutely.
even-
Is that even a question?
I was just
also, just so you know, it's RUFF.
Oh yeah. True.
yeah. If we're gonna spell boys with a Z, then it has to be RUFF.
It's Rough Boys. BOIZ.
But it's one of them is rough correctly, and then the other is RUFF.
So wait, we're both named Rough as well.
We're rough. We're Mr. Rough Boys and Mr. Rough Boys.
No, rough and rough's rough boys.
This is the worst conversation I think I've ever had.
And you just keep alternating back and forth between rough.
So like, we'll just confuse everyone, including ourselves.
Exactly. One day,
Okay.
we're both just gonna come out with the same spelling, and then we're both gonna just be the.
This makes complete sense.
It all makes sense now.
How's life for you, Jarrett?
It's okay.
How did that spiral from what you asked how life was? And
I got drunk and you got pizza snaps.
oh, that's right. That's right.
And I was a rough boy.
Ugh.
It's all right.
Sorry to interrupt. Jarrett, how's your life?
I mean, I don't know that I had a follow up. Yeah, it's all right.
Nabashin in the chat says Road Dogg and K Quick would be Jarrett and Jacobs as wrestlers.
Yeah, that's a good move as well.
I don't know who those people are. Those active wrestlers too.
Road Dogg was like a white dude with like cornrows, but like the side of his head was shaved, so he just had like 3 cornrows in the top of his head.
Okay, I can
It
pull
was
that off.
really, really great primo 90s stuff.
All right, perfect. I can do that.
I feel like you can really nail it.
Do you still watch wrestling, Jarrett?
I have recently because I've been trying to write about it.
Oh God.
I've had opportunities. I've had opportunities in like the last month and a half to actually maybe be like produce some content based on it.
That sounds
Usually
real rough,
I would-
boys.
Actually, just read about it. I wouldn't actually write. I'd actually watch it because why watch 3 hours or something when I can just read for 15 minutes about what happened. But I've been slowly kind of wheeling myself back into it. Again, I'm way more cynical about everything now, so wrestling's kind of just funny to me. It's hard to take super seriously, though I don't think I ever really did. But I enjoy a lot. I've always enjoyed a lot about the business itself. Like it always seemed like a crazy circus to me. I know a few like amateur pro wrestlers personally, so like listening to their stories, I've seen them live. Like it's funny to be in on it once you have watched it for years. And that's kind of been part of why I've watched it or started kind of like leaning back into with the TV product. I think the wedding I was just at, the groom's brother is a pro wrestler.
Jesus.
He
Did he put on a performance as his best man?
no, he was just there. He was. I saw him maybe a year ago.
Mhm.
He's a masked dude that doesn't say anything. He's a mime named Kefka the Quiet,
Oh my God.
and literally he mimes other people's movements. So like if they run, he'll run the other way, and then like I'll run back to them, and then he'll like try to shake their hands, and then they won't because they're upset because he's being mocked. It's a funny like little performance. I don't know. I like it because it's stupid, and as long as it stays stupid, I can be involved in it. But once it starts to get like, looking back at the '90s, and like everyone was like super like edgelord, like real serious. I'm like, I don't know why anybody watched this because it's so dumb.
The Attitude Era, as I've heard it referred to,
As often called, yeah.
Are you saying you've got some toot about the Toot Era?
A little too. I mean, it's funny because I mean that was everywhere, not just wrestling, but like that whole sort of that was like the Limp Bizkit is awesome, like Korn on the radio sort of like era. So like that, it's funny to watch that permeate through everything that's supposed to be hyper masculine and sort of macho. And it's looking back, it makes me very happy to watch because it's fucking silly.
I mean, as far as I know, all of wrestling is dumb and terrible.
Hey, what the fuck, man?
It's
I don't
pretty.
watch it,
I mean,
so-
it's pretty.
I don't know,
It's
yeah.
pretty not great.
Yeah.
I think there is. I think like any particular, any medium of entertainment, it takes a knowledge of the language, if you will.
Okay.
Like the same reason I don't watch reality TV
Yeah. Good
is
comparison.
because I don't get reality TV.
Have
But
you
someone who does usually watches lots of reality TV because they understand the rhythm.
Go ahead, Jacob.
watching The Real World with your friends is a life-changing event. It's all there's like some really really good seasons on Hulu that I discovered recently, and
But
man,
what's good mean?
like good isn't terrible. Like they're terrible people on those shows, right? It's obvious, but like
Yeah, they're all like
one-
drug dealers, right? That's
I mean,
Is that what the railroad is?
you're watching Breaking Bad. You're watching Breaking Bad.
oh
Yeah. But like, I had never watched The Real World, and then like we just started like a few months ago, like, and we ripped through some seasons. Man, it's really addictive to watch people who are worse than you spiral even farther.
Well, I mean, The Real World, I feel like is a special case because that was like the first one.
Yeah,
right?
it's like bad now. Like they used to like deal with like from what I hear, used to like deal with some real issues and like talk things out a bit, and
Topical.
now it's just people who
It's anal.
are the worst. People who
No, it's just anal.
no, it's just anal.
Episode 1.
Again, that's porn that you're watching. That's not.
I keep getting the two confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, to my knowledge, railroad started out, early 90s when people were like, oh, this person has like AIDS and this guy's black. Now they got to live in a house together, figure it out.
Yeah, because the way that Hulu has it set up, they have like season 20 through 30, which is insane. But and then they have season 1, and I watched a bunch of like the old ones with my roommates. Like, let's watch the first one, and it was just like the most tame, like quiet, down to like some of the stuff was insane. Like, yeah, there was like some Southern belle who you would be surprised if they ever seen a black person in their life, and they're like, oh no. And then there was a guy who had HIV, I think, in the first season too. But in the 20th season, it's just 8 people who are just all
convicted
around
murderers.
Everyone, like they're just socially the worst people that have ever existed. Big fans of wearing like tap out shirts. Big fans of tap.
No, affliction guys.
Affliction guys, yeah. So that's no good either.
No.
Sounds
you
like
should watch. You should
sounds like
watch
our
one
friend
season.
Damien.
You should watch.
So what you're saying
one
is
season.
let's
With
watch
friends.
The Real World with friends.
Only with friends. It's a nice. You can commentate over it. It's good stuff. Check it out.
I mean, like, what if I don't?
I mean, you're worse off for it. If you want to, if you want a boost of morale,
Oh, I don't boost.
if you want to,
Oh, you were talking. Oh, okay, never mind.
The last thing I do with morale is boost.
yeah.
I don't do that boosting thing these kids are doing.
I shoot morale. Actually, I shoot it. I snort it.
It's the only way I know how to feel.
Morale.
Anyways, I'll just I'm getting paid by the Real World to say all this, so it doesn't matter.
That sounds like the variety shill you are.
Yeah. Brought to you by Variety.com,
Son of a bitch.
the internet's leading supply of Fear the Walking Dead recaps.
That show is so bad. That show is so bad.
Do
It's
you like say
honestly
that
worse.
in your recaps now? Like you're like it continues to be a terrible thing.
I mean, I don't say it like that, but I do. Am like, so unsurprisingly, nothing happened again this week. I think I said something pretty much along those lines last week, and I was like, "Hey, you want to know? You would think there'd be some conflict in this big plan they spent the entire episode planning out. Nope, it goes off without a hitch, and there's no conflict at all, and it's super boring to watch.
But that never happens.
This show's so bad, guys. Like, it's honestly terrible. Like, the first episode back from the mid-season break was okay. I was like, oh shit, like it's probably the best episode I'd seen. I was like, all right, we got some potential, and then man, did they just.
I think not Fear the Walking Dead. I think The Walking Dead is bad now.
I agree that it's not been great, but
I haven't watched any of the more recent.
So even the most recent season was like a little bit better. I watched it late. I didn't watch it live, but the last episode was really good, and like Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Negan is really like on point casting, and Negan is the best villain in the Walking Dead universe, better than the Governor by like tenfold.
Okay.
And I'm kind of actually excited for this season because it gets to do some of the some of the cool stuff that the comic books started doing, where it like became less about like the survival and more about like different communities working together to solve these problems and deal with like. They get to the point where they have to, deal with Negan's community, but then like it gets past that to the point where it's just like, let's figure out how to like start a system of like trading, and like they have like these like routes that they take, so they get like some sort of transportation system set up, and it's like they start to work towards like civilizing this like little chunk of Virginia that they're in.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Yeah.
I just like it had so burned me out. It got to the point where they got captured by that like people that were luring them to that place by saying there's salvation here, but there wasn't. And then they got out of that immediately.
In an episode, yeah, that's a bummer.
And then a couple episodes went by and like nothing was happening. I was like, God, I just can't.
Yeah, it
I
takes
just
like
don't care anymore.
4 or 5 episodes to get to this town, and they're still at like 2 seasons later. But yeah, that like season 4, season 5, very bad. I thought very, very boring, very bad. But...
And like they messed up the governor stuff so bad. It was all
they really did. They really did.
And like it's just like thinking back to the first season, like the reason why I got into that show is like there's nothing that show does is like that season at all.
I mean,
stylistically,
the pilot of the show is still far and away the best episode of the entire series.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, like
in a way that's like different.
With the bike zombie. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And like, what's his name? Lenny James, like trying to shoot his wife but can't. Oh my god, it's great stuff.
It's great. And then they brought that guy back, Morgan, right? They brought
Lenny
him back.
James, fucking excellent. One of my favorites. He's rest in peace, Jericho.
Yeah, exactly. You and me, the Jericho Boys.
Jericho. That's my favorite show ever.
That's your favorite show ever? Okay.
My favorite show ever.
I love that show so much.
Me
and my mom were part of the people petitioning to bring that back for a second.
Did you watch it live? Oh my god, I did too.
I did not watch the second season live.
I watched them both live.
I watched the first season live, but.
Jared, you watched Jericho?
No, I've watched Noah Jericho.
Fuck, you have Netflix?
I do.
You should watch Jericho.
2 seasons. Second season's only 8 episodes.
I feel like you would.
What's the first season?
I want the first season. 22. It was on CBS. It got canceled after the first season. That's like a standard order for network.
Oh no, it definitely is. That's why I don't watch network TV.
Yeah, well,
I got 22 episodes of it usually.
But like, it got canceled after first season. People threw a shit fit because of the cliffhanger. Like they were mailing people nuts and stuff based on like a thing from the final episode. Like Peanuts, and CBS was like, "Stop, we'll bring it back." And it was like, I don't think it was the first show to get uncanceled. I think like Family Guy might have been before it, and a couple other shows.
Maybe.
But like they uncanceled it, brought it back
for 8 episodes.
But they were like, "Here's what we'll do: we're giving it 8 episodes.
We're going to resolve this as quickly as humanly possible."
Yeah, we're just going to resolve the issue you guys have, and they're going to recancel it.
When they saw that all the people that were petitioning to have it back, they're like, "Okay, we'll see what happens with the ratings." Like everyone apparently wants this show back, but then like the ratings weren't any better, so they're like, "All right, we're canceling it again. It's not coming back."
Isn't that kind of why no one ever took a jump on bringing Firefly back?
Probably
yeah.
Because they realized like no one the sound being made by like disgruntled people is not an accurate representation of people who will actually watch this TV show.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like the vocal minority thing that everyone always worries about, but
right.
But like I feel like now it would be like shows like Jericho and Firefly could be really successful, especially because I know that both of them really found even bigger audiences once they got put on Netflix, like once they were streamed.
Yeah,
and the world is like the appetite for that kind of shit is way different than it was even 10 years ago.
Yeah,
Logan, you like Jericho, right?
I've never seen an episode of Jericho in my life.
What the fuck is wrong with everyone?
Well, it was a good show, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Logan.
We're gonna screen a season. Just everyone hang out here and watch.
Yeah, we're gonna watch an entire 22 episode season real quick.
This is gonna be the worst. This is the end of Rational Passions podcast.
That's why.
We just watch Jericho until everyone leaves.
No, that's $2.99 penultimate, and then we just never have a 300th episode. And
burn it all down, start over.
And 3 years after that, then we have the 300th episode as our reunion episode.
It's just you in a dark room with like one naked bulb swinging. Let me tell you where everything went wrong.
It's just the PT demo, but with me instead of the paper bag.
So far less frightening, but in a way, maybe more.
Yeah, in a way, maybe more damaging. How you doing, Logan?
Yeah.
I'm doing good. How are you doing, Alex?
I'm doing pretty good. Welcome to the party.
I don't know. It's my first ever podcast I've been on.
Okay. Do you have any headphones or anything?
I have the like iPhone headphone thing.
That works perfectly.
Okay.
I just don't want to throw them in there just in case.
All right. We'll do that.
Because you know how Jacob's voice bleeds into everything that it touches. I'm just saying. I say it out of love.
You keep this a 3-person podcast if you're wanting to get on.
This is the new guard and the old guard. This is effective immediately. Thank you, Logan, for playing ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure we'll burn it all down.
Oh, okay, yeah, obviously.
I could be editing Logan's piece right now, but instead I'm doing this.
Yeah.
What a complete waste of time. You'd have better.
This bullshit.
You'd have less of a waste of time just sitting quietly in a room.
Logan, have you ever listened to an episode before?
Yeah, I've listened to quite a few before.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
More importantly, have you listened to an episode I've been on?
I actually just listened. Yeah, I actually just listened to you guys' Batman Spoilercast.
Oh yes.
I just played that episode.
Awesome. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, right?
It is really good, actually. Way better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
That's usually how it goes. We're like, this is probably terrible, and people are like, well, it wasn't bad. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that's neat.
That's basically the telltale way of like us.
Yeah.
We got so burned with Walking Dead.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited for season 3.
I'm so excited
I'm
for
not.
us to record a podcast about.
I hope
season
it's
3.
worse.
I hope it's worse too. Is
I
that
actually-
weird?
There's
Is that
no
fucked
way
up?
it can be.
I
Yeah.
actually hope it's worse too.
Is that fucked up though?
I mean, not really. At this point, it's like, at least I know we'll make a pretty good podcast if it's worse.
Yeah. No, it's like if Batman's good, right? Then like I'm happy because that was like Wolf Among Us with us. Like we loved Wolf Among Us.
So good, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then we hated Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jacob. Did you hate Walking Dead season 2?
I mean, I played the Devil's Advocate more times than I think I could count.
Yeah.
But oh wait, let me watch you hit that.
let me hit this baby.
Catch his breath. Let him catch his breath. Breath.
That looked like it felt good.
Yeah. Riding high. All right, go
Nice.
ahead,
Jacked.
Jacob, please. Yeah, I'm jacked
But,
up.
I don't know where I was going. Scott Porter's in it, so I was a big fan, but you thought he was a pedophile the entire game.
We were wrong, to be fair.
You were way wrong.
I mean, we weren't wrong. He just died before he figured it out.
But like, I don't actually know if you legitimately enjoyed that season at all.
I honestly can't tell either. Like, I have no idea if I like really liked it or if I was just like I played the Devil's Advocate for so long that I don't know if I like it or if I just
You believed
think
your
that
own
I
bullshit?
yeah.
Yeah, you lied to yourself long enough that you believed in yourself.
Do that on a daily basis.
When I like, because I remember finishing it, and like I played it with my roommate, and we didn't get to talk about his reaction to it in that last episode because we kind of did it right off the bat. But
You're talking about Batman or what?
Walking Dead season 2. And that's how you know it's bad is when my roommate Ethan, who loves like everything, he likes Batman v Superman to an extent. Like
good
that's how
movie.
you know.
I'll stand by that one. I'll stand by that.
That's your horse to die on.
Yeah.
I don't know why the horse is dying.
Not
Yeah.
a great movie, but a good movie. I can say that.
Okay, I mean I will politely disagree.
Okay, yeah.
But like he looked at me, so we were sitting on the couch, and he looked at me. He's like, "That wasn't good." I was like, "Oh shit!" Like you didn't like this. That's how I know. Sorry, I blanked out. I was trying to share the Google Doc with Logan, but I'll figure something out.
Are we still haven't started recording, right? Because I haven't done
No, not yet. To. We're about to.
All right, let's do it.
Logan, how's life? How are
Life
you
is
doing?
good. Yeah, I'm doing good.
Yeah. Are you ready to be on an episode of Irrational Passions podcast?
Yeah. You want me to click this?
I'll tell you. So
So I'm
what,
gonna do
what we're gonna do is I'm gonna count down from 5 to 1. On 1,
Okay.
we'll hit record together, and then you just leave that Audacity recording in the background, and then we'll just go hog wild. I think I'm gonna accept.
Hog wild.
Hog wild.
Am I saying weird stuff? Am I crazy? I'm
I
really
don't know. I
tired.
mean, horse to die on is not a thing.
Yeah. Why are you? You're on a horse. That's neat. Why are you dying on the horse? I'm not so sure.
Is the horse dead?
The horse is probably gonna die. Well, maybe not. Who knows?
Okay. I'm making sure Logan has access to this doc, and then we'll. Let me make sure I am recording from the right audio device. I am. Do I sound alright to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
I guess.
All right, on one, guys. 5,
Wait,
4.
on one?
wait.
I always say that to you just to fuck with you.
No, it's good. It's good. So I'm going to count down from 5
What
to
am
1
I hitting record on?
on Audacity. Do you have Audacity
Okay.
open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I open a second thing?
No. You just have like one file.
Oh, I've already been recording all of this.
Oh, you don't have to record this. You
Oh,
can-
okay, well then, yeah.
This is just bonus content.
All right, let me get rid of that then.
You can hit the X. There should be a track, and then there's an X, a little like gray X to
Yeah.
the left of it.
Yeah. Oh, I have to stop the recording, obviously.
So on
Right.
one, right?
Okay.
On one,
On one.
I will
Alright.
count from 5 to 1. On
Okay.
1, there's no go
Okay.
in the
When do
world
we
of
clap?
irrational passions.
When do we clap?
Fuck you, Jacob. And then we just start playing Resident Evil 6 at some
Yes.
Oh, God, that was all.
point. All right, on 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I'll just start clapping to fuck with you guys.
That felt really good.
All right, then we're gonna do the video sync. I'm on continue. Up, down, down, up. Jacob knows. This is literally just for me and him.
I have really bad flashbacks because that means I'm already have to start playing Resident Evil 6.
We got
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
to play more of that Resident Evil 6 game.
Yeah, that game's bad.
Do we?
That game is so bad.
It's really bad.
I have I don't think I've had as much fun playing a bad video game as I have had with Jacob playing that
It
game.
was so bad though. I can't like
It's so
anything
good.
that happens because of it.
It's true. So Logan, just to kind of
Yeah.
give you a rundown since it's your first time, we're going to go through. I have the Google Doc. You can access that now if you want to pull it up. So we're going to go through games, and then for news, we're going to be doing some more discussion-based stuff because it's Writer's Ramble style. Then we'll do mail sack and throw it out. Just keep recording until I say you can stop recording now, which will be after we do titles after the end of the show. If you've listened all the way through to the end before, then you know kind of how it works.
Okay.
Oh my God. Nabishin dropped Jarek Bros podcast in the chat, and it's a real good title.
Here's a question. Are you ready to be a part of another podcast whose job is to just watch a TV show you've watched 9 times?
I'm done.
Yeah. I'm still trying
that
to get Jacob on Bro C, so.
I mean, you would never watch that show without me. I feel like a godfather of that show. I feel like what's it? The Bosley of your little Bro C situation.
Jesus Christ.
You are the Bosley to me, to my heart.
Stop.
All right. Also, Logan, Jacob, Logan, Jarrett, Logan, Jarrett.
Oh, hi.
Hey, guys.
Jacob, Jarrett, Alex, Jarrett, Jacob.
Don't you introduce
Jared.
me to you.
Don't you dare.
My life is ruined.
Jarrett, have you gotten Logan on a well, I guess obviously this is your first podcast, Logan. You haven't been on
So I think you've answered that question.
Yeah.
Monthly Passions podcast yet.
Hey, Jared, did you get me on your podcast yet?
You know what? Jacob Bryant. God damn it.
You didn't.
You goddamn piece of garbage. I'm gonna put this.
If my plan for this next episode doesn't work out like I wanted to,
Oh, I'm glad I'm
Jacob, you'll be.
your
you're right there.
plan B.
yeah,
Listen, if it works out, it's going to be real good. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
If it doesn't, then
If it doesn't, it's going to have to be just okay with you.
That's how most of my life goes.
Fucking savage.
It can be amazing without you, or it can be average at best with you.
All right, you guys ready?
All right, do it.
Let's do it. It is Saturday, September 17th, 2016, and you're listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I'm Alex O'Neill, and we have a very special evening show. Lean back, sit back, relax, tune in, because this is a very special podcast. This is not a normal episode of Irrational Passions podcast. I have no one to introduce. It's just me. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have the normal Rational Passionistas with me this evening. Instead, I've assembled some fine writers, some beautiful written word people to accompany me on a reunion episode of Writers Ramble. For folks who don't know, the once writers podcast of IrrationalPassions.com. With me tonight, we have Jacob Bryant. Just make noise and scream and cry.
Yeah.
Jarrett Green is here.
So do what's normal. Just make some noise and cry.
Just make some noise and cry. And also joining us is Logan Wilkinson.
Hey.
Hi. This is Logan's first podcast also.
It is, yes.
Which just means
So bear with me, yeah.
So we're gonna break you pretty much right away. Just destroy you. 3-hour podcast, right, to kick things off.
Please don't.
Right into the deep end there.
Those are the worst.
Jarrett will be on the show and he'll still be angry about how long it is.
I told you. The ones I'm on are different.
Yeah. You can sit back and listen to them and be happy.
I'm looking for a tight 45 minutes right
I think we've already been going for longer than that. Yeah.
A tight recorded 45 minutes.
Tight recorded 45 minutes. As from what I understand, anything with Jacob Bryant is not tight. And you can take that one to the bank.
Stamp that one.
So, again, for folks who don't know, Rational Passions, 3 years ago, I'll take you on a story. Let me tell you a story, Jarrett. 3 years ago.
Take me on the story or tell it to me.
I don't actually know any of the words I'm saying tonight.
He knows this.
Okay.
This is the story of how Irrational Passions fell from grace.
Yeah, exactly. This is the dark middle chapter of Irrational Passions.
This is the Empire Strikes Back of Irrational Passions history.
In 2013, Irrational Passions, I was like, hey, what if we had writers for RationalPassions.com? This would be fun. This is shortly after the infamous Greg Miller appearance on Irrational Passions podcast. I don't know if any of you kids have listened to that. And you should go listen to it, Jacob. I think you would really enjoy it.
It's a good podcast.
I think so. So we had Greg Miller on, and then Greg Miller started following me, and then he retweeted this thing where I was like, we should have writers. And that led me to connecting with Jacob and Jarrett, who you guys didn't even know who I was before this.
Nope, I literally saw the plug, and I was like, well, apparently Greg Miller was on a show. I should probably go listen to him, maybe.
And you were like, and it started this spiral of descent. Now, Jarrett drinks significantly more alcohol than he did before.
That is probably true. I can't guarantee that it's because I wrote here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it adds up.
It does that. It finally answers after all this time.
So I can actually draw a perfect line of my alcohol increase.
Jacob Bryant, Nicholas Kowalczyk, throwback to that guy. Jarrett Green, Zach Rupp, your dude, Zach Rupp,
the beautiful Zach Rupp,
the king himself, and then later on Niall Reynolds and Anutis Tejeda and Brendan Williams.
He's
Shout out to Brendan for not being here.
Yo, Brendan was supposed to be here tonight, but he had to cancel last minute because his friend was doing a concert or whatever. So that guy's
doing a concert.
No, we got Logan. It's fine. New guy. He's young and optimistic, full of life and hope.
I am.
Right. That's fucked up, right?
That's fucked up. So that was the writing team. You guys came on this past week 3 years ago. How's it feel?
3 years does not seem right.
Welp.
Seems inaccurate.
It does seem inaccurate. It has been so long. And y'all have gone on. Jarrett's gone on to freelance and be successful to some degree. Jacob Bryant, you write for Variety.com.
Mm-hmm.
How crazy is that?
It's a classic case of failing up.
Failing up. And here I am, unchanged and still beautiful and young.
Hey man, you were my reference list.
I want to take sole credit for you getting the job. I wrote you a very glowing recommendation.
They reached out to you, didn't they, for my internship?
They did. They had me fill out a little form and then write a little thing about you of what I thought of your work ethic. and this lady that I guess your hiring manager or whatever, I seem to impress her with what I said.
Yeah.
With the
You
words,
lied to her.
I've super lied to her. No, but now we've got Mr. Logan Wilkinson right here. George Cruz Alvarez, I think is his full name.
Love his story so much.
Yeah, George he's got a gift.
Yeah.
George, he's nailed like a genre, my favorite genre of games writing, which is find the worst shit possible and tell the best story you can about it.
Yeah, exactly. And Elliot Altland and Yusef, whose last name I still am too afraid to pronounce.
You should just like call him and be like, "Hey man, can you tell me your last name so I can stop being this fucking guy?"
Magawid. I did reach out to George and say, "How do I say your name?" via DM before I said it on this podcast.
When are you going to take the new guard to PAX? And that's when everything really changes and really gets.
It's true. That was our bonding experience. Was the old guard going to PAX 2014?
Which
Logan,
explains why
would you go to
I
PAX
didn't
if you
go.
could?
If I could go to PAX, I would totally be down for that.
All right, we'll do it. We'll get drunk in a hotel room.
Always going to get drunk.
Yeah, you can listen to that podcast. I forgot.
Oh yeah, remember we recorded that.
Drunk. Yeah, we recorded screaming drunk.
I'm pretty sure Joseph was riding on your back throughout that whole podcast, Jacob.
Riding or writing?
Up to you.
All right.
Listeners' interpretation.
That's fair. Both
So it had been 3 years. Obviously Jacob and Jared are still regular characters in the Irrational Passions cinematic universe. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it's good to have Logan here. I'm glad that you're here, Logan.
Oh, well, thank you.
I want to let you know that. Mostly because we've never spoken before.
I know, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I just like send you notes and feel bad every time.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna talk about writing. We got some discussion topics that we're gonna go over. We got some questions about writing. And I don't know, this is gonna be interesting. You know, I told the other boys to take the night off and just hang out with the writing crew here. So this is both episode 295 of Irrational Passions podcast and also episode 10 of Writers Ramble.
3 years, we've finally cracked into double digits.
I think we have like a Phantom 10 floating around somewhere.
There
that
was
just never got posted or something.
I was on the 10th episode of Writers Ramble that never got edited and posted.
I don't know if I was actually on a single one.
You totally were. You had to have been
We
on
were
it.
on the first, at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll look into it.
I think you were probably on like most of them.
Really? I don't remember.
I think you and Niall and myself were at least on all of them. Or you were at least on most of them.
I think
And
so.
I knew this was on some, and I think Zach was on like 2.
Man, if we want to talk about people, we should just talk about Zach for a little bit.
The dude's got a lot of hair.
What is Zach doing?
He's
I
like
don't know.
a model and some other stuff too, right?
He like interned someplace. I don't really know what that place does
Yeah.
or what he does there.
So the first episode of Writers Ramble I'm looking at right now had myself, Brendan, and Niall on it.
Neither one
Really?
of us are on it, Jared. Fuck off.
I thought it was like a 5-person thing that was like the first episode.
I also want to point out that so Niall wrote the blog post on the website that posted it, and he spelled my name wrong.
I've made that mistake.
Yeah, I mean the 2 L's gets a lot of people.
Don't get over yourself. Is what I'm saying.
I mean it just hurts my feelings. Here we go. Second episode: Niall, Jarrett, Anudis, and Brendan. Brendan was on a lot of Writers Ramble.
Still no sign of me. I'm really convinced I was never on a single episode.
You might be right, and that's
My
right.
conviction's been shaken. Maybe you're right.
I'm pretty confident I was not on a single episode.
I'm gonna go through. I wanna know. I know you weren't on the third one because that was a Halloween special. Nope, you were.
I was in the third one because I wrote a Halloween thing.
Yeah. Again, third episode of Writers Ramble. Niall still spells my name wrong twice in the blog post. That was me, Jacob, Niall, Anudis, and Jarrett. So there
There's
you
the
go.
big 5.
That was probably the first time the three of us were on a podcast together.
When did we start?
Maybe. Were we not on an Irrational Passions before that?
Oh, God,
Not
no.
before that. Not together, at least.
My first Irrational Passions, I'm pretty sure, was the one when I was in Alex's house.
It's true. It might have been. You might have been on
The
another one.
next summer, that summer.
So we're
In
gonna
the summer.
we're gonna be doing some reflecting here as well. So to kick things off, as is per tradition, I feel like I'm adding like words to sentences that I
Sure.
really don't need to. Some housekeeping. Logan, you got something cooking.
I do, yeah. It's
You want to tell the folks about it?
for Labor Day weekend, I went up to St. Louis to see a few of my buddies up there, and I brought a PS2. We played a bunch of crappy PS2 games, and it was amazing and like really nostalgic and really kind of sad and bummed me out kind of. And so I
Yeah.
just wrote like this weird, like long, nostalgic filled, sad piece about the whole experience and how
That
like
sounds
all
good.
the friends are like moving away and like how like we still like it's really different.
Yeah. This sounds very good. Now I'm
Yeah.
even more excited because I had read the title. I'm like, this seems
Yeah.
interesting.
It's I've never written anything quite like it before, so I'm definitely excited about it from that angle.
Okay. So hopefully that'll be up at the very least some point in this coming week when this show goes up. We alluded to it earlier, but George Cruz has officially named his column "Lost Oddities,"
That's so good.
and the most recent one, which went up on Monday, was "Rub, Touch, Shout, and Feel the Magic." About
good.
Feel the Magic, a beautiful game, a launch DS game. Do you guys remember this? Because I remember this game distinctly.
I only remember the game.
No.
I don't remember much about it. I remember that it was a launch DS game. That's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
It's a emotional piece. It's funny because like because George like updates me, he's like, look at all this garbage games that I bought. I'm gonna write about one of them. I'm like, you tell me you should like all of the above, please do. And he like when he started playing this one, he's like, I'm kind of weirded out because this game is actually pretty good. And so like he comes at it from the angle of like I actually really like this game and I actually had a lot of fun going back to it. So it's a continuation of his monthly column where he talks about weird bad games for the most part. This one's good. And the podcast is up and Elliot also has an article coming that'll hopefully be up in this next week as well. So there's stuff to read. I feel like it's worth giving a shout out to Jarrett and Jacob, though. Do you guys have anything cooking that people can look out for soon?
Jared,
I mean, probably.
I imagine Jarrett writes a whole bunch, but drinks it all away.
That's accurate. I have some work. I mean, I don't want to bleed too much into the next segment, but I've been playing a lot of the For Honor Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have something. I think something, if not live yet, then we'll be live soon about it. And the Final Station,
Yeah.
an indie game, came out a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
I have some stuff coming out probably by the beginning of next week
Okay.
in regards to that.
Yeah. What about you, Jacob? Are you just like writing about Fear the Walking Dead?
No, I mean I am doing that because that show's fucking garbage. I don't care about it. But yesterday, me and someone on the film team did like because like the new Blair Witch came out this week, and so
Yeah.
did Bridget Jones's Baby. So we did like a 5 sequels that were worth the wait, and 5 that were not list thing. Kind of boring, but it was fun. It was fun to like look and be like, oh, this came out that long ago. Like Zoolander came out like 11 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
dog.
Zoolander 2 is fucking
I love
terrible.
Zoolander. Yes, it is.
Zoolander 2
Is Zoolander bad? Because I've not
it's
seen it.
so bad.
It's awful.
Oh.
It's awful.
That's so sad. Zoolander is a majestic movie.
Zoolander's my favorite comedy, yeah. And
Yeah.
Zoolander 2 is bad.
It's just
It's-
one big cameo fest. It's so bad.
Yeah.
And this is coming from a person who liked Batman v Superman.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, I recognize how awful Suicide Squad is. Like, that movie's bad.
I've not
Like,
seen that
movie-
movie.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah. I was told to not see that movie.
It's bad.
And I was like, yeah, that sounds bad.
Like, Will Smith, great in it, but it's bad. Like, he can't carry that movie.
I mean, if you saw Batman v Superman, you might as well see Suicide Squad.
I'm kind of waiting because there's people speculating that there might be like a different cut of that movie that comes out eventually, and just seeing that version.
I don't know. The myth of the different cut is like one of my favorite things in like
in the DC cinematic
media right
universe.
now.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I watched the Ultimate Edition of Batman vs Superman. It makes no difference.
Yeah,
if you liked that movie
but
already,
have you
you're still
seen the raw cut?
Were you on state? Were you on the actual set watching them act?
It's just all the dailies just back to back. Special features. This is
this is so intense. It's all like out of order as well.
Yeah.
Didn't Jared Leto send you a used condom?
Yeah. God, Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's talk about video games. I'm working on stuff too. People can look. I mean, IrrationalPod295.com. You know where it is. You know what's going on.
You know what it is.
Actually, the stuff that I'm working on is going to be on YouTube.com/IrrationalPassions.
Yeah, dude. When are we gonna see that thing?
More on that later. Ooh, hint.
Oh,
Foreshadowing.
Hey.
Let's talk about video games. And I think the biggest video game that we need to talk about this week is Final Fantasy 15 Kingsglaive.
That's not a video game.
I'm pretty sure when I watched it, it was a video game.
So I almost had to go to cover the premiere.
You should have. Oh, God, you should have.
No. There was Aaron Paul would have been there, which would have been cool, but like not worth me having to watch it.
My brother, this is what happened. My brother, who I live with, stole a bunch of me and my other roommates' beer. And then he texted us, said, "I'm sorry I took your beer. I put apology beer in the refrigerator, and it's fair game." And I'm going to get some of this apology beer and drinky and watch me some Kingsglaive.
Was it bad?
Oh, man. Here's the thing. Kingsglaive is a bad movie, but it is highly entertaining. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Those movies scare me, though, because like I can't decide if I
Sure.
should be giving into that or not. If I should accept that as a form of entertainment.
I I'm very excited to get into Final Fantasy 15 coming off of Kingsglaive, because like I have a better understanding of. Well, I don't understand what's happening in that world, but I have a better understanding of the world. Man, just like imagine if you will, like a fade, like like a fade to black transition, but like in the span of about 30 seconds, you see like 6 of them. And it's like a lot of like shot and then fade to black and shot, fade to black. And it's like,
So
I feel like
we're doing what they do best, which is like over direct the shit out of everything.
Oh, totally. And it's like they brought this example up on an episode of Frame Trap, which is a great podcast people should listen to. But there's this scene where Aaron Paul's character, Nyx, is hanging out with Luna, who's like one of the main characters. And he's like, I think there's a tracking beacon in this hairpin. And then he takes it, he's looking at the hairpin, and they like sit down, and he's like, my sister died in a terrorist attack. I'm like, what is happening? It's like, yeah, my sister and my mother died in this terrorist attack. And he goes into like this drawn out story of it. He's like looking at the hairpin with the tracking beacon on it, and nothing. He's not doing anything about it. He's just like, what is happening? So like, there's a whole lot of stuff like that.
He just needed time to unwind. Like, right the fuck now.
Yeah, right the fuck. When they like, so they were being chased by monsters. They get attacked by monsters, and he realized like the monsters are looking like for something in particular, and they have like these like tracking things on their heads. And then like he takes the pin, and then they just like cash sit down in the middle of like this bombed out building. I'm like, what is going on? But
Let me tell you about this terrorist attack.
So from what I understand, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about Final Fantasy 15 world dressing. So like the king can. Who is the guy from Sean Bean? Sean Bean can give magical.
Sean Bean.
Yeah, love Sean Bean. Great job. There's actually not as much of him in this movie as I would have hoped. But
Is he in the game too?
he is in the game. Yeah,
Really?
he's the king. I
The
guess.
king of what? They're cars. There are no kings when there are cars. So that's
Well, okay. So there's like Lucius, which is like this kingdom that has the last kingdom of this world that has its crystal still, and the crystals are like sources of magical energy. So Sean Bean knows how to dig into that magical energy, so he uses it to erect this barrier around the city of Insomnia, which is a great name for a city.
God.
Very JRPG name for a city.
Nailed it.
Yeah. So he's got like this barrier around the last city, right? And like this, the one thing I don't get is like there's this empire, Nilfheim, right? And they're like conquering. I know,
Those are
right?
just letters. Those are just letters.
They are just letters. They're like conquering all the world, right? And they want the crystal of Lucius, but like, why are they conquering the world? Like, what do they really want? I don't really know.
The world.
I guess, but like, why?
Because
To have it. It's so bad guys do.
It is what bad guys do.
that'd be lit as fuck if you had the whole world, bro.
So they basically, I don't know what Nilfheim's figured out, but they've gotten it so where they're like using monsters as like their attack dogs, like they're sending them at the normal people armies. So which is pretty cool. Like, I wish I had figured that out. Also, weird, like, Diamond Weapon from Final Fantasy VII is one of the monsters that they're using to attack. Like, very specifically, Diamond Weapon from Final Fantasy VII. They have, like, 6 of them, and they use them to attack, like, the Kingdom of Lucius. It's super weird. It's like, why this very specific monster that is, like, exactly this? I guess. Recognizable
you know who's
monster.
going to love these fucking nerds?
Yeah, it's true. Fucking nerds, man. I loved it. I'm a nerd.
See, got you.
They got me. So they're like attacking, and eventually they're like, "Listen, let's do a peace treaty." Nilfheim's like, "We're gonna chill out. You sign a peace treaty. You give up all your neighboring kingdoms that you are like that's part of Lucius, but you keep your main city, and we'll let you keep that." And they're winning, so like I guess Sean Bean's like, "I guess I got to do it." So when they come over to Insomnia to sign the peace treaty, and of course they like betray Sean Bean. Like, why would you? Everyone always betrays Sean Bean.
Motherfucker has no friends.
Yeah. Remember that time that Uruk, like, or whatever, the Uruk, I don't know, shot that Sean Bean like 6 times in the chest?
Orkai.
Urukai. That was fucked up, man. Anyway, so they
Lurtz, I think
betray
his
him.
name is.
Sure. I think so. That sounds right. He came out of dirt. He was a dirt babby.
He was a mudman.
One of them dirt babbies.
One of them dirt babbies. And then they take the crystal. This is spoilers, I guess. But who fucking cares? They take the crystal, and then the barrier falls. Here's the part where I don't understand. So Nilfheim wants to conquer the world, I guess, whatever. They just drop like 6 diamond weapons in Insomnia, and they just like straight up nuke the city with them. Like they're blowing shit up and killing everything. It's like, are you gonna subjugate these people? Do you think like they're gonna be trustworthy to you at all? Just doesn't make sense.
I mean, they know what you're packing if they're not.
I guess, but like, so Sean Bean can give his royal guard, which they call the Kingslave. He can give them magic, I guess. So like, if Sean Bean dies, then they lose their magic. So like, I don't know how that works. He like tethers them to him. He's got magic. So that's like the magic where you can throw your sword and teleport to it, which is cool. The way they do that in the movie is actually really cool.
So,
okay, yeah, please.
What's a diamond weapon?
Diamond
Is
weapon.
it just a diamond weapon, or is it a special thing?
It's a
Just
monster.
a floating engagement ring.
It's a floating engagement ring.
Jesus,
Words.
what's
I'm
Is it
tired.
wrong? You're like on the verge of a stroke.
Yeah. It's just like as soon as
real
you see
touchy over from now on.
my lip drooping down behind the mic, that's when you know. Just call the police. You just Google a picture of Diamond Weapon from Final Fantasy VII. You'll be like, oh, okay, got it. It's a monster. It's a big monster.
Wait, a diamond weapon is a monster? It's not
Yes.
a weapon.
So the weapons are a breed of monsters in Final
I
Fantasy.
won't lie. If you I feel like if you would have explained that earlier, like you might have. I was totally zoned out.
I just assumed everyone knows what Diamond Weapon is. It's true. So there's like Ultima Weapon, Diamond Weapon, Ruby Weapon.
It was a strong assumption though, because Final Fantasy VII, everybody played. You think
Everybody
look
played
at
it.
Jacob's face and like he's like, nah.
I don't give a shit. I can give less than a shit about Final Fantasy.
Never played a single game, yeah.
You haven't, Logan, either?
No. No.
Okay. Y'all,
Could just never get into it.
you kids.
Games are shit.
Bullshit.
Games
Fuck
are
you.
shit. They're stupid. Oh, we have kings, but we also have flying cars. What? No, you wouldn't have a king if you had a flying car.
No gods or kings, only flying cars.
You don't get everything in your one universe. That's lazy.
So Aaron Paul's character, Nyx, he basically makes a pact where he's like, I'm gonna get magic. But
Are you explaining this whole movie to us right now?
not the whole movie. I'm trying to get to a specific.
I'm gonna get magic.
I'm gonna get magic.
And one more question is very important. Is Nyx spelled Nicks or Nix?
No, you know better.
NYX.
NYX?
NYX?
Fuck this movie. Fuck him.
Oh, that's the
You know
line.
better than assuming the letters that you assume are going to be in this word are not those.
Lucius is spelled Lucis. So there you go. So Nyx is like, I'm gonna get magic, but he has to make a pact where he'll die when the sun rises, but he gets magic.
Stupid.
And he's fighting the final boss. It's like movies with final bosses are great, in my opinion. I've not seen Doom the movie, but I want to because knowing that it has a final boss.
terrible.
I bet, but so was Kingsglaive. But I really enjoyed my time with it. I was a little drunk, so I was pretty drunk.
So your enjoyment could vary.
You know what? I was only gonna get one, so I was gonna do it right. Okay, let me have it.
Okay.
So, but basically, Nyx gets the magic. He becomes his own source of magic, and he uses it to animate these giant statues. In Insomnia, it's cool because they talk about the new wall, which is the magical barrier, but they also refer to something called the old wall, which you're like, oh, it's like the walls, like the stone walls around the city. But no, the old wall are these giant statues that can be animated with magic. So all these giant statues have swords, and they're like throwing the swords and teleporting to them, but they're like the size of skyscrapers. So that cuts to the most ridiculous action scene, like 16 straight minutes of fucking insanity at the end of this movie. I was like having a panic attack watching like these, because there's like airships bombing the city and there's giant statues throwing swords like super fast and teleporting them and falling on the airships. I'm like, what is happening? This is insane. Like a statue just cuts a building in half at some point. It was the craziest shit I've ever seen. And like all the while, Nyx is fighting this like general guy in this cool magic armor. Like, and they're jumping around, the statues are flying around, diamond weapons blowing shit up. It was crazy. So it was worth watching the movie for that like 16 minutes toward the end. I don't know. There's apparently like an octopus monster from Final Fantasy VI in it. Does that sound familiar, Jarrett?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ultros.
Ultros, yeah. He attacks an airship at some point.
Why is he in this game?
He's not in the. I mean, so they refer to like the monsters as demons, and I guess like they're like kind of bringing in iconic monsters.
Well, that's what I mean. Like this is the second like direct reference to something that's very much in something else.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this just Kingdom Hearts? Is this what this is? We think it's Final Fantasy 15, but it's actually
Yo.
Kingdom Hearts.
This is the truth. Comes out after all this time.
Well, that's how you get away with delaying games for 19 years and then sneak release them both at the same time, and then you're good.
Logan, where are you at with Kingdom Hearts?
Nope. Can't do that either.
Nope. It's funny. For the audio listeners, when Jacob made that raspberry sound, he was also holding a thumbs down up.
He's also apparently asleep.
He's just full on.
I fully checked out during the Final Fantasy talk. I'll be coming back when it's over.
I do want to shout out Nato Johnston, who's watching us live right now, who's also in the chat, saying he got up early to watch us live. He lives in Australia.
Fucking hero. I'm so
Everything
sorry.
is everything lethal in Australia? Because that's the joke, right?
Yeah.
Our drop bear is real.
And he said getting drunk and watching Doom is a great idea. So just want to
The
put that
Rock's in
out
Doom.
there. The Rock is in Doom. Dwayne Johnson himself. So
I
anyway,
guess he's Dwayne now.
Kingsglaive is a pretty good video game. And I was into it. It's very pretty. It's like it looks great. there's a lot of weird stuff that I don't know if it's like maybe the part of the Japanese translation or if it's like the anime coming out in the movie. But like there's like one shot where like one of the female characters also they like totally kill one of the female characters just for like no good reason for the purposes of plot. I'm like, this is disgusting and gross. So that part sucked. And it's so unceremonious. But like one of the female characters says like some things like, "Oh, he did that thing," and then it like holds a shot on her, and she's like moving her lips and eyes in this weird way, and it's super uncomfortable. And it goes on for like maybe like 2 seconds too long, not even like 1 too long second. It's like 5 full seconds of like this weird like lip motion, and I'm like,
I love when that happens in animated movies because like. There's no excuse for it, really. Like, it's not just a camera capturing what's going on with actors, like where they are, and you have to take kind of cuts of scenes a couple seconds before and after. This is like you've animated this.
Yeah.
Like at any point you could have stopped animating this, but
Totally.
nope, you needed this for some fucking reason.
Hey, you did this by hand probably.
Yeah, someone in the back like made this mouth move for like 3 seconds too long for some fucking artistic reason that no one understands.
For some anime reason. Yeah, so like a lot of fades to black, a lot of crossfades and stuff that just do not work. And you know, like this, I think this movie has the same problem that like something like Batman v Superman has, in that like there's no like setup shots for like a place, right? Like you don't. There's not a lot of like here's like the shot of this area and then like kind of cut into like what's going on there. So a lot of times you're jumping to like unrecognizable areas and you're like, where am I and how did I get here? So
That's fair.
yeah, I don't know. Go watch Kingsglaive. It's 2 hours long. It's probably an hour and 45 minutes too long. If you can, just like out of context, even like just that set piece battle at the end is incredible, visually striking. But I also actually played video games. If you guys want to talk about those,
I mean that would make sense.
yeah, this is a video games podcast, I think. Deus Ex, played more of that. I talked about it a lot last week. I know you've been playing it, Jarrett.
I have.
Yeah.
I've been playing too.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I'm not very far, but
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I got it when I was sick, and then I've been fucking gone busy. But I'm at like the whatever it's called, like that little weird golem plant, whatever. What's it called?
Golem City?
Golem City. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Not very far, like 4 or 5 hours.
That's like the first major story beat, I guess.
Yeah, so not far, but it's cool. I like it. I like the human revolution. So
Yeah, okay.
so
Have you finished it, Jarrett?
Yes.
Okay. I'm at the point where it's raining.
no spoilers. I don't like weather-based spoilers.
Spoilers, it rains. Well, like, you know, like, so Prague is kind of like the main area, and that's where all the stuff happens. And like, it's like Prague during the daytime, Prague during the nighttime, and then it's like Prague when it's raining. It's like, okay, these are the different acts of this game. I got it. I see what you did here.
I do like watching Prague morph as the story changes.
Yeah,
Because
it does.
you keep coming back to it.
They do cool stuff with it, at least. Again, a lot of good set dressing that doesn't really ever amount to anything.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll tell you because I don't think the pitch is actually going to work out anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I was pitching an idea to write about how much that game, how great lengths that game goes to make it like have personality, to make particular people have personality that really don't, especially Adam Jensen.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you look at Adam Jensen's house, for example,
Yeah.
look at his desk. On his desk is like a bunch of half-fixed watches and shit. So we're like assuming that Adam Jensen just fixes watches when he's like bored. He has these jackets with all these elaborate like designs on the shoulders. Like, since when did Adam Jensen have this personality? I play Adam Jensen for 20 hours and didn't see any of this personality.
Yeah.
And I've been to his house multiple times, and he has all these little knicknacks of like these little hobbies he has and these little interests he has, and like, where the hell are those in the actual story?
Yeah.
It's so weird how sterile he can feel.
Mm-hmm. It's weird too, because like like the main thrust of that plot is like these kind of augmented terrorists that are going around fucking shit up. But like, and I don't think that's inherently a bad story. I think it's interesting in a very Deus Ex way, and it's fun, like going to like secret bases and stuff like that. But like some of the side stories are like way more interesting just overall. Like, Jacob, if you got through the first act, then you've seen some of the characters they're going to kind of play throughout the game. And Logan, I don't know how far into it you are.
I have the game, haven't started it up yet.
Okay, yeah, that's where I was at for a while too. But yeah, it's like, you know, the three kind of acts of doing mostly side missions between the big main story set pieces are actually like full of threads that continue to one another. Like, you know, you have this Kohler, who's your tech guy, who's helping you with your augments, and like you have a scene with him in the beginning and then a scene with him in the third act, and it's like the way that they have through lines in the side quests are actually really cool and really compelling. So I don't know, it's and those are compelling in a more like down to earth, intimate way, whereas like the main story is fun in like a big set piecey kind of way.
I think that's my issue. Like, we all know the theme of Mankind Divided. It was all over all the ads. Like, there's very much a giant divide between augmented people and not augmented people.
Mm-hmm.
And they're being treated like second-class citizens and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You would think, like, that's where the story pretty much starts and pretty much where it ends.
Yeah.
Like, it rests on its theme to carry what is just a kind of a generic story.
Yeah.
When you get to the side stuff, it's really cool because now you're telling stories that are affected by this big theme.
Yeah, you get like a little bit of flavor for that context.
Like, you're getting normal stories through the lens of this giant theme.
Yeah.
That's why I liked Human Revolution so much, story-wise at least.
Mm-hmm.
Because the idea was human beings have turned like the quest for being great and the quest for like evolution or, you know, whatever the next stage for human being is into something that is not only attainable for everyone, but now like making the effort to be different has created its own social caste. And that's a theme. Like, people with augments are considered like awesome, and people without them are like considered not awesome.
Yeah.
And you could just rest on that theme, but instead they told multiple stories, including the main story, in the lens of that.
Mm-hmm.
It addressed like the world around it was a culture, not just kind of like a plot point, or at least wasn't the only one. And it's super weird that something that it did so well, you know, in 2011 or whatever that game came out, 2013 maybe,
Mm-hmm.
that it's like not really hitting it the same way.
I think I've been thinking about it a lot recently because the games are so similar. Like Dishonored and Deus Ex are really two kind of different flavors of the same style. And like, I think the reason I enjoyed Dishonored a lot more is because like the main thrust of that game is something that's so intimate, right? Corvo's story is very much like his story, and it affects the world around him in a very personal and very like wide-spanning way. But the layout is like, you know, he was betrayed, someone he loved was killed, this other person that he cares deeply for is in danger, and that's like the main thrust of Dishonored 1, and that's the main story, and that's what him trying to figure that shit out is what you're doing throughout most of that game.
And it's all because of these bigger overarching themes. Not, I mean, yes, you are an instrumental part of, you know, the whole figuring out, you know, who the traitors are or whatever.
Yeah.
But that this whole political conspiracy and the economic crisis going on in Dishonored, and like the rapidly separating sort of wealth gap are all things that affect you personally, and you get to play how they're affecting you personally.
Yeah, like the macro is the set dressing that affects, in some ways, the micro, which is the main plot.
Right.
And I
think
that
the same thing happened in The Witcher 3.
Yeah.
Geralt is very instrumental in what's going on in the grand scheme, and has been his entire life for the most part. Like the whole Wild, he's been intertwined with the Wild Hunt for as long as he can remember.
Mm-hmm. But
course,
in a kind of like secondary way, as it turns out.
Right. Everywhere he goes, though, he has to deal with everything, all the big themes of the world. They don't necessarily have to like bash over his head. He doesn't have to address the themes as themes. He addresses them as they manifest in his personal life. So like every time he meets, you know, a dwarf or an elf, that person's probably being shit on by someone else.
Yeah.
And that's just the life he lives. People don't look at him and see him as a person. They see his eyes. They see that he's like pale white with white hair, and like he can't be a normal person anymore.
Yeah. He
doesn't make that something that like has to be a theme in every single conversation he has. He's just Geralt of Rivia having to deal with this bullshit.
Yeah, and I think that's a really cool approach to storytelling. It seems like Dishonored 2 is going to do a lot of similar things.
And more importantly, he has an opinion about it, or he has definitely has come to terms with to some extent about how things are. And my problem with Mankind Divided is that Adam Jensen doesn't necessarily feel like he has any real role in any of this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even feel like he's like reclused himself personally. He just feels like he never really had one.
Yeah, I'm curious because we talked about it a little bit last week. There are moments of that game where you can actually like, as Adam, have an opinion about stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, I used the example last week of like you're talking to this augmented guy who's like this representative of the ARC, right? Augmented Rights Committee, I think it was.
Sort of. I think coalition,
like
maybe.
Coalition, yeah, maybe. And like one of the dialogue options is like, yo, I'm augmented too, and this matters to me a lot as well. And it's one of like the more genuine options that you have. You could totally not pick that, which kind of invalidates it to some degree. But like, I thought that was an interesting approach to that, and I was glad that existed. I didn't know how you felt about that.
I'm glad it exists. My problem is it only ever manifests in those ways. Like, if I chose that answer, my dialogue doesn't necessarily change. Like, how I talk to everyone after that is still up to how I would answer those little questions in those little moments.
Yeah.
It might affect my conversation with that dude right now, but it doesn't change the fact that I have to I don't get enough of those conversations, I don't think, where I can consistently be this person who has these augmented rights, like issues. Adam himself being probably the most heavily augmented person you meet in the game.
He's got robot arms.
He's got literally robot everything except like a face.
Yeah. And he's got robot on his face with his cool digital sunglasses.
Really. He like when Miller tells you to take your jacket early in the game because you have to, or everyone will know you're augmented. Like, and even then they already know. You look at his face.
Yeah.
And I feel like someone like him would either make some effort to be for or against on his own without me, or B, there would be an impetus in the writing and in the characters being there to like make an affront to me. Like, there's no hiding that Adam Jensen is augmented, and people who have feelings about augmented people should be talking to me as well, because I'm not just a random homeless dude with like a robot arm. Like, I'm the augmented motherfucker in the room.
Yeah.
The only people that ever interact with you are people who are probably helping you shoot people or people who need to be shot. In a grand scheme sort of way, you can walk by people on the street and they'll like say whatever, but like you're never put in direct conflict with these people, like ideologically. And I feel like Adam, without my input with these conversational dialogue choices, should have an opinion, should have his own opinion. Because even Geralt has his own opinion. It's just like, what choices do I make to sort of steer? How do I convey that opinion? Am I an asshole? Do I try to like reason with them? Do I try to like take just back off completely?
Yeah.
The same way, what's his name? Big B. Big B has his own opinion. Mm-hmm. But you always have 4 dialogue options. And that's because you have to sort of filter Big B's opinion when he speaks to people.
Yeah, and it comes through no matter how you filter it.
And the change he makes is a gradient based on those decisions. Not just one decision is like, this conversation is over and either you made that dude mad or not, and then you'll have another conversation that'll be completely unrelated to the conversation you just had.
Yeah. Whereas Adam Jensen's dialogue is typically just...
Yeah, he takes it like one at a time.
Yeah. For sure. On the plus side, Deus Ex Mankind Divided is a cool video game.
And it plays well. It plays way better than the other one. Like, the game's just a fucking cool game to play.
Yeah. You can shoot, like I got the Typhoon upgrade recently where you can like hold out your arm and then shoot out like stun, like I don't even know what they are, like stun bullets, I guess, that you can target like 4 different dudes at once. It's real cool.
I'm all about the wall punch.
Yeah, I love one
Don't
time.
refrigerators at people.
One time I was just like in an apartment building and just punched out a dude's wall, and there's a person inside. He's like, "What the fuck?" And I just ran away. And the cops just started shooting at me. I'm like, "What, man? I was just punching a
maybe
wall."
I shouldn't have punched a hole in that dude's wall.
I died. I reloaded the save. It was fine. I was really happy with everything that had happened, though.
And if he hit a dude in a fridge, that was awesome.
Yeah.
He didn't care.
I mean, no one cared. He probably died, but do you have any opinion, Jacob, that you want to share?
I mean, I haven't played it nearly enough to really.
Golem City is
It's fun. I mean, I like
noticeable
playing it.
portion of that game, so
Yeah, I like playing it, so it is really fun to play and figure out different ways to do all this shit. But I think everything has been said about it for sure. You guys seem to, I mean, you guys know more about it than I do, so.
yeah. Other stuff that I've been playing, I don't remember. Let me pull up my list because I'm just a disaster tonight. Overwatch, play more of that. That game is really good. You should get that.
For that game. I have it.
You should.
For that game at all.
You don't like it?
I just didn't really get into it. I don't know. Not my thing.
I've gotten into that more than most folks that I know. To be fair. Do you have an opinion on Overwatch, Logan?
I haven't played Overwatch. I don't really want to give an opinion on it, but it doesn't really seem like, I don't really typically like those kind of multiplayer type games like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know how first-person shootery you are.
I love first-person shooters.
Okay. This is a really good one of those. At the core level,
Yeah.
it is a real good first-person shooter. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's like the more I play that game, it's just, and I talked about it like last week. I had so many of those matches that's like, man, this is why I play this game. There's so many high points going through specific matches in Overwatch that are rewarding in a way that few other shooters have been for me recently. It reminded me a lot of like some of the high points of playing Destiny with friends and like replicating those like really silly moments, like Jacob getting a burrito mid-raid or something like that. Or that time Jarrett and I did the Kingsfall raid and it took him 45 minutes.
It took me 45 minutes for that stupid fucking
to make some jumps.
And then every time when he could like find a way to knock me off a platform, he would.
So, man, I'm really. Are you getting?
I was just gonna ask the new one, Rise of Iron or something like that.
Yeah, what's the stance on Rise of Iron?
I don't know. I don't think I'm getting a Rise of Iron. I think I'm gonna call it a Rise of Iron because I got Taken King and I was like, this is awesome. And then I played a little bit and then we did the raid and I was like, yeah, and then it just stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd come back for like new events, but like eventually, I did what everybody else did. What I did the first time I played Destiny was just like, I couldn't find a reason to keep doing dailies.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
That's
I don't
fair.
know how long it's going to take me to get through Rise of Iron for $30 or whatever it will be for me to like get to that point again.
I'm definitely all in on Rise of Iron. I'm looking forward to it.
I think they'll have another
It
level
looks
thing
neat.
so I can be higher level without having to work for it like I did last time.
Well, there will be story missions. Do you want to? Are you doing it, Jacob? Is
I
this
was thinking
happening?
about getting it. I think I might get it. It comes out on Tuesday, right?
Yep. $30. It seems not too bad. Danny, Tony, and I we got plans. We're gonna get
You
the
gonna play
crew.
the story? I'll play the story with you.
Yeah, let's do it. I would totally do it. I had so much fun with Destiny. Like, to be fair, I hopped in on Taken King when there was so much stuff. Like, I played through all original Destiny, then all of Taken King and House of Wolves and all that. So I know this won't be as much as that, but even if I get like a week of playing the story with friends, doing some strikes, and then doing the raid once, like, I'd be happy with that.
I don't even think I'm good high enough level. The only raid I'm high enough level to do is Vault of Glass. So I still haven't done any of the other ones.
Yeah. I mean, there's talk that they might be updating the previous raids within Rise of Iron to some extent to make them harder and have like new versions of them that are updated and balanced and are you can like play through again when you hit 400, which I guess is the new level cap. Did you ever get into Destiny, Logan?
I did. I actually really got into Destiny when it first came out, but like the other guys had said, over time I just kind of slowly petered out on it. And then
Where were
I
you
haven't played.
with Taken King?
I see. I didn't get to Taken King. Like
Okay.
I never got back to it once I stopped playing.
hmm
So it's been probably a year now.
So that just means you could get Rise of Iron, and then you'd have Taken King and Rise of Iron.
Yeah,
You'd have
Uh,
all this Destiny. you
that's
could
true. It'd be
play.
a lot of Destiny to play at once. Yeah. Jump back into that.
I didn't expect to get into that game as much as I did, to be fair.
Yeah. See, that's one
and-
that I wanted to get into, and then was kind of let down by the not really that much of a story thing, or the story was just outright bad at the beginning.
Yeah.
But it's so fun. It's such a fun game to play. Like I can't deny that. Like it's such an endlessly just enjoyable experience.
Yeah.
Actually playing it with friends.
Shoots real
So
good.
Yep.
Like,
That's some old shit.
Yeah. Real good.
it's got some good shoots in it. Yeah, no, like playing the raids with friends and even like with randos, like just
Yeah.
getting people together has been and continued to be some of the most fun I had with games of all
Yep.
last year. So I like the idea that like Sean Pitts and Cameron Abbott and like all these folks that I played that game with so much would get back on there and we'd be able to like get back on that horse. A horse to die on.
Yeah.
Like the idea that we could all get back together and play again would be worth it for me. So I'm excited. In other news, Recore came out this week, which I got. I got that game.
Wah, wah.
Wow. I mean, like I played the opening of it, the first hour or so, and I really liked it. It's weird. Like I haven't really read reviews, and I haven't really seen much of the game. Like when I started the game, I realized like I didn't even know if it had spoken dialogue in it. Like I was like, because it starts, it's kind of like a cold open where it starts with your character like in the desert with her robot dog, who's awesome, by the way. Robot dog.
The Robo Dog.
The Robo dog. His name is Mac. It's like
Mac the Robo Dog.
Mac the robot dog. Like it starts and like you're in the desert and you're just going, and it's like, oh, okay, we're just hanging out. We're just doing it. We're exploring, looking for something, looking for some kind of core to I guess.
Stop it.
Just like seeing all the head shakes, just all at once. Yeah, I don't know. Going into it, I realized how little I'd seen the two trailers: the announcement trailer from last year's E3 and the gameplay trailer from this year's E3, and that's it. That's all I had seen of this game at all. And I was like, oh man, I don't know anything about that. How does this game play?
Like that's the one I'm going to spring on.
It's like it's $40, right?
I think so. Yeah,
Met-
I don't remember.
Metroid Prime, you know, the guy. Somebody,
Yeah, but also like Inafune. He's
True.
really not been nailing it.
Yeah. So I mean, like the game seems very Ratchet and Clank esque. You know, it's like a third person shooter, but it's not a shooter first. I would say that's kind of like the setting, like the dressing to it. But like the other mechanics, like platforming and things like that, seem to be more of a draw. Like for example, it is a shooter, right? You can look around and shoot, but with enemies, you just hold the left trigger to lock onto enemies and shoot them, and hold the right trigger to shoot them. So and it just jumps between your locked on enemies. So there's no finesse to it. There's no aiming or anything like that. But there is like there's so much coming. Like when things like started to get really hectic, there's so much coming at you that you have to be focused on moving. And like you just kind of let the shooting take care of itself, which is cool. It's kind of makes it a little bit bullet helly, which was something I didn't expect. So when you're fighting like the prime enemies, they're bigger and they have cores, so you're kind of weakening them and using your core bots, which are the different creatures that you have with you, to weaken them. And then when they're stunned, you shoot out this like grappling hook and rip their cores out. And you can collect those for crafting and things like that. So it's fast-paced. It's cool. There's like a dash that you can use, and then you can also use it midair to make maneuverability a little bit more interesting. And it seems really fun. It's gorgeous, too. I think it's very pretty. I was on OK Beasts, which is hosted by Blessing Adeoye, I want to say.
I don't think that was
Probably not.
I think you botched that one.
I probably did. I was close. I'm in the ballpark. Blessing makes everybody feel bad about getting his name wrong, though. He hosts that. We talked about it on his show. That'll be up Monday for people to listen to. But we talked about it there. It has like this kind of B-list, B-tier game feel. And Logan, as someone who went and played a bunch of PS2 games this past week, you're probably very familiar with how that feels.
Yeah.
It's not something you see a lot anymore.
No. I mean, that's what's so funny is playing all those games again and being like, these do not get made anymore.
Yeah.
Mostly for good reason, because like Enter the Matrix is a bad game, for example. We played that. That's what I liked about Ratchet and Clank from earlier. This is like 2016 Ratchet and Clank, is how much like that took a B-level game and then made it feel like it was a AAA like polished experience. Like this year's Ratchet and Clank is so good. Like it's such a great upgrade from what that franchise used to be.
Yeah, and like Ratchet and Clank became like the Future series definitely like became something very AAA. But you know, you think about Ratchet and Clank 1 and Going Commando, especially. I think, like they were totally that. The original Jack and Daxter, totally that game. Of like this is kind of second tier in a lot of ways. It's like it's lacking a polish that you would see in like a Rockstar game or a Nintendo game, but it's also great in its own regard, and its mechanics work so well that it doesn't matter.
I agree.
That's how ReCore feels. Like for example, when she like Jewel, the main character, she leans down and pets the robot dog. Like there's something off about the animation and like the collision physics. And it just like it looks like those games looked in that way, and I'm like, I kind of miss this. I'm like nostalgic for this in a weird way.
So you're kind of selling me on this game a little bit.
Yeah, and again, so George Cruz, to bring him up again, he had tweeted me. He's like, apparently that game takes a nosedive in the last quarter, which I guess is what the reviews are saying. I don't know for sure yet, so I haven't. I want to finish Deus Ex before I move on to this, really. But it left a really great first impression on me. It's a game with good mechanics that is a little hitchy in the way that is kind of okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it seems cool. I'm excited to play more, at the very least. But that's all I've been playing. I know I went for a little bit there. We had to get that Deus Ex talk out of there. What about you, Logan? What's up?
The game I played most recently was, Batman's Episode 1 for Telltale.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this before we started recording.
Yeah, it's really good. Like, I expected, honestly, kind of the worst going in. And the game, I think, runs better than any Telltale game I've ever run before, which I was impressed. It's not great still.
It's not great, yeah.
Yeah, but it runs better than the rest. Especially having played Tales from the Borderlands right before that too, where it's like, it's better than this was.
Yeah.
That game crashed and froze me all the time, whereas I didn't have any real technical problems with Batman.
Mm-hmm.
But the biggest thing for me was I loved how different it is for like a Batman story, right? Like with their take on Penguin and even their take on like Harvey Dent.
Penguin's
like I love how they're doing these characters. Like they're so much different, so much unique.
Mm-hmm.
And it's especially refreshing considering how bad like something like Gotham is, or how divisive something like Batman vs Superman is and stuff. Where it's like this is just a really refreshing and nice change of pace for these characters that we know, and I like that a lot. Quick time events still suck, and that hasn't changed. But the game is really, really beautiful to look at. I like the art style a lot. And I like the fact that it is a Bruce Wayne story and not really Batman at all.
Yeah. You were echoing a lot of what we said. As I'm sure you know. On the spoiler cast. But
like, especially because I like the fact that this Bruce Wayne, like it's a year 2 story or whatever kind of thing, and so it's like you can make Batman whatever kind of Batman you want him to be, like brutal and harsh or like this idealistic guy. But I like the idea of making Bruce Wayne either like this, like the traditional dumb playboy kind of thing if you want, or making him this more nuanced kind of multi-layered character. And I think that's really interesting to me. Like I want to see where Bruce Wayne is going way more than where I'm interested where like Batman is going.
Yeah.
Which is a first for a Batman story.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about it today. of like I feel like a more appropriate title would have been like to call this like Wayne,
Yeah.
Telltale series, not Batman.
Or even just like Gotham, a Telltale series.
I just
Don't
don't,
call
call
it
it,
Wayne.
don't call anything
Yeah, the
Gotham.
TV show.
Don't
Yeah.
do that shit.
But like calling it like Bruce Wayne, a Telltale
Yeah.
series or something like that, I feel like would have been a really cool approach to
Yeah.
what they're doing, and accurate as well.
Yeah.
So,
But Penguin's awesome.
Penguin's so good.
I
man.
cannot talk enough about that. Yeah, he's so good.
It's such a cool idea.
Yeah.
That second episode comes out on what, Tuesday, right?
Think so?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It means we got a spoiler cast coming up this coming week probably. That's the enthusiasm of Jacob Bryant. Calm down over there, big boy. Woo! What PS2 games did you play? I'm just curious.
We played Into the Matrix, which is still bad. Like I remember it was.
I remember liking that game though.
I remember that game being really hard, which it still is, because its controls are they don't make sense.
Mhm.
Like you can't aim, and then I can't even. It's
Is
just
that the
bad.
one where you can do the move where you stick the pole in the ground and you kick all the?
No, because you're not Neo. You're just like these two other characters in that universe.
Okay.
But we played that. We played Cold Winter, which is like a spy espionage game kind of thing from like the middle of the decade.
I think I remember this game.
And I will stand by that game being awesome because it still is. Like that game
But
is,
I think I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah.
about, which is fucking real
it's like
weird.
super brutal and
Yeah.
like dark and like rated M, and it should be rated M. And like I remember playing that game as like a dumb kid in junior high, and the first like scene of the game is the main character getting captured, interrogated, and tortured. And the torture scene is holy
Wait.
shit.
Is the cover of that game just like eyeballs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember this game.
But the big thing is that the multiplayer is super fun. Like that's like the way that you can structure that and make it anything you want. Like add any weapon you want or any map you want, any mode you want. So that was fun.
Ends
and
up
then we-
doing a Google image search for
Yeah.
Cold Winter. Does not help.
Yeah, I was gonna say that a descriptive title.
Yeah.
But then the big thing was playing Medal of Honor Rising Sun.
Ooh.
And the thing about this is I have to be upfront about this is I'm a huge like classic Medal of Honor fan. Like I love that series.
A lot of people were.
Yeah. And I actually am one of the people who likes Rising Sun a lot too. Like I adore that game. And playing it again now, I can see a lot of its flaws, but I really like. I've played that game probably more than almost any other game. Like I've sunk so much time into that, playing like the dumb multiplayer modes with my friends. And going back to that was really weird, just the fact that that used to be how first-person shooters were made, and it shouldn't have been because that doesn't play very well. But it was still just because that was the game that like hit for me in the group of friends. That's like the game we'd played all the time back then. And so we played that one for like hours and just like sunk time into it. And like we got thrown back to like 2003, and it was super like nostalgic driven, that one. And then we also played War of the Monsters.
Holy shit! I haven't heard that title in a long time.
Which I'll give a shout out to as well.
I have a couple of my like really good friends fucking love War of the Monsters.
Yeah, that's a great game. I mean, okay, it's a good game, I guess, but
That was like trying to kind of capitalize on like Rage, right?
yeah. War of the Monsters is really fun. I can give it that.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. It is true that there really aren't video games like that
Yeah,
anymore.
there's definitely nothing like War of the Monsters and Cold Winter and Medal of Honor Rising Sun.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the mid tier's gone, so like
Yeah.
you can't afford to just shit something out like that anymore.
Yeah,
And even
it's,
like Rising
Earth
Sun had
Defense
its
Force.
merits though.
I agree.
Like-
I think Rising Sun has probably the best Medal of Honor story.
And
That
it's like
single-player
one of the
campaign.
few games that were over in that like in the East for like the war. Like you see very
Exactly.
few, even in movies, really
Yeah.
talk about Japan's role.
Almost nobody does, and that's what I'm. Spoiler alert: I'm a history and political science major, and so that was really cool for me from that angle too, of being an 11-year-old kid who loved history and being like, this is such a cool take on all this stuff that never gets talked about in movies and never gets talked about in books and never gets talked about in school. They don't ever talk about the Asian theater of World War II.
But can we talk
So-
about how mechanically bad World at War is?
See, I'm going to disagree with you. World at War is actually maybe my favorite Call of Duty game.
It's a lot of people's, but like
Yeah.
I play that game on hard mode, and
that's impossible.
I
Yeah.
rained in
Yeah.
grenades. I
Yeah.
bathed in them. Grenades
give-
were all I understood.
I'll give you that. That game's impossible on hard mode basically, but that's a great story too.
Yeah, it had good zombies mode.
Oh,
The OG,
yes.
if I
Good
may.
game.
Yeah. Is that all you've been playing?
Yeah. Well, and right before Batman, I played Firewatch.
Had you played that
Entire-
before?
Yes, entirely because of your review that I stumbled upon, and because I did not like Firewatch,
Mhm.
and so I read
liked
your
it
review.
quite a bit.
Yeah, and I read your review and was like, "Oh shit, maybe I was wrong. Maybe Alex had it all right here." It's like, I'll play it again.
And then
I'll
you
give
played it
a
again, and
second
you're like,
chance.
no, it's,
And I was like,
he's wrong.
I still think he's not right, but it's really interesting. I've played it a second time now, like knowing where the story goes and like picking up on small details that you missed the first time through.
Mhm.
Like to me, that game is an example of like it had so much. Like I wanted that game to be so good. Like that game had so much promise, and it's like it half delivered or like 3/4 delivered for me. Like it just wasn't wasn't right clicking for me.
Mhm.
Like, but I love Henry and Delilah. Like I want them. Like that's such a great thing. But like the other characters who just feel like kind of rushed and just kind of put in there,
Mhm.
I still think doesn't really work. I think the game. I don't like the fact that it jumps like after the first 3 days, like really quickly to get to the very end.
Yeah.
I don't really like the ending. Like I don't like the fact that you don't get to ever, spoiler alert, meet Delilah like face to face. I think that's still pretty cheap.
Yeah.
I think the ending is still sad, but I think it's still missing a lot of the punch it could have had.
Yeah. It's weird because like I feel like I like that game more now, even though I basically because I played that like about 2 weeks before it had come out, so it was like so far before anyone had even played it, and I remember like playing it, reviewing it, writing that review, and like all of my like embargoed reviews. I'm like, I don't know how anyone's gonna feel about this.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting experience, and like and it's cool because like I feel like George went through a similar experience with Bound this year as well, but like I liked that game so much, and then everyone else's opinion came out about it, and a lot of people really hated it, and I was like, dude, and like it kind of sullied how I felt about it, but you know, obviously I stood by my review.
Yeah.
And then as time has gone on since then, like I started to like that game even more and more, for kind of the same reasons that I cited in my review.
Yeah.
So I think it's a cool game. I think.
Yeah, I definitely think it's really cool, and I cannot say enough how I think amazing that setting is. Like 1989 Wyoming. Like I think that game is one of the most beautiful I've seen this year. Like I love the style and look of it. I love the music of it. I love the atmosphere of it. I love everything except for like the actual things I'm doing in the game. Like I don't really love walking and getting lost and just walking somewhere like across the map forward and backwards and just getting like the stupid way the compass has to be used, like the map. And
I love it.
I don't like that.
I love it.
But
yeah, I mean, like it can't be understated how important to video games I think that dialogue is.
yeah,
Like the
I
way
100%
that
agree.
dialogue works as a mechanic is amazing.
Yeah,
So
definitely agree with that.
Jacob,
Yeah.
video
I've
games.
only played Deus Ex.
You love it.
It's good so far. I just haven't had a lot of time to play anything.
I love it.
I've been fucking Toronto Film Festival and the Emmys the last 2 weeks. It's like nothing happens all summer long. Then they pile these two huge events back to back, and just been so busy.
I mean, it sucks that you're so popular.
I'm not popular. Nothing I do is popular. It's not like I'm going to these things. I'm not going to the Emmys.
But you're so popular.
All right, see you guys later. Bye.
Are you doing like a stealth like run, or are you just going to roll up and shoot everybody? Have you decided what your goals here are going to be in Deus Ex?
I was like,
There was a moment where I was like, what the fuck is Jared talking
yeah, I
about?
was too.
Film festival.
Until you said in Deus Ex, I was like, I'm not going to go killing anyone. But there, at the beginning, I was like, man, I'm just gonna stealth kill everyone, and then I got caught, and I was like, well, fuck it. Now I'm just gonna I'll stealth kill all the time until I get caught, and then it's just who gives a fuck.
Yeah.
And that's how I do it at this point.
I have been stealth non-lethal. It's just how I play video games if I have the option, I guess.
Oh, how badass are you?
I am way badass.
Do you make that noise when you do it?
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. Eat my tray gun. And then I just run out of batteries, and I'm like, God damn it. What was the last thing you played before Deus Ex? I'm just curious, Jacob.
Me?
Yeah. No Man's Sky? You get way into that?
I tried it. This game fucking boring as shit. I can't. Ugh, that game sucked.
I have not gone back to No Man's Sky. I don't know if I will. My mom likes it though. She's been playing it.
I'm not going back to that garbage.
She thinks it's cool.
I got things to do. And then before that, it was Batman.
There you
So
go.
I haven't played a lot recently, which is a bummer.
That makes
On my flight, I had to go to a wedding over Labor Day in Breckenridge, Colorado.
Oh,
Cool.
Okay.
But I played some more Fire Emblem Birthright. The game's still good.
Game's real good. I should finish that.
I know. I need to finish it too. Bummer though.
Jarrett, what you got?
I mean, I played Deus Ex.
Deuce.
Hell yeah,
Deus
Ex.
For Honor.
I've been playing this weekend the For Honor Alpha.
You hold your sword like this, and you're like, oh. You
I mean,
killed
yes.
my family.
Is
A lot of sound effects
that the
happening.
Ubisoft game with like all the different?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the samurai.
okay.
Where are you playing?
Yeah.
Alpha? Where are you playing?
Closed Alpha. I got codes, bruh.
Oh, good. Wow. Look who's the fancy one now.
Big
I
old
mean,
press
if you
boy.
guys had PS4s and would like to play, I could maybe produce more codes.
I have a PS4.
I'd play with you, Jarrett. Don't take that out of context.
No, I'm putting it exactly where I want it to be. It's a really cool game. Like I've touched it a couple times before now, but now I've really been able to sit and play it because it's on my console, not my computer. My computer runs things at like 15 frames a second, and I actually have that good, console stability. I am a huge fan of sort of when fighting games get taken into this direction. It doesn't happen very often. Where it's kind of like the focus is dueling. The focus isn't like move sets and like combos and like special moves necessarily. It's more about the rules for both participants are similar or the same, and it's really just about being better than the person next to you. The last game I played like this was Nidhogg, which is, if you never played, you're fucking up. Go play Nidhogg.
Nidhogg is I don't know if I've ever gotten as angry playing a video game as I have playing Nidhogg.
Oh, and it's perfect because it's the rules are very simple, and when you lose, it's not the game's fault. Probably the person next to you is better than you, or you fucked up somewhere. Like it's you can't hide behind anything. It's like you fucked up or they fucked up.
Yeah,
And it's a perfect party game for such situations where you can make new friends and lose those friends in the same night.
yeah.
This is more like a Bushido Blade sort of situation, though. It's not like one proper hit will just straight up kill you, and you might wait in loading screens longer than you actually play games. This is more kind of in the middle. So, depending on your character, which there are 3 factions: Vikings and samurai and like medieval European knights. Some completely ridiculous, unexplained, and even when they do explain it, won't make any sense. It's not important. Situation has put all 3 of these factions into the same world, and now they just fight eternally.
It's like a post-apocalyptic game, right?
Something like that. Some tragedy happens and rips them out of their times and puts them into like battle world.
Weird.
And
So
they,
weird.
So,
yeah, and there's no real mention of the story really outside of maybe trailer stuff they've done in.
There
like,
is a
Gamescom
story
and
mode.
E3.
I was gonna
But there
say-
is a single player story mode. It's going to happen. It's just not in this test.
Is that game out this year?
Next year, February.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I
Yeah.
was about to say, like, there's no room for that game this year.
I mean, there might be now because
How-
everybody else is left. But
How do towers work? This is the only question that matters. How do I climb to a tower and reveal all of the For Honors on the map?
And then
All of the
swan dive
honor.
into a haystack.
And then swan dive into a haystack or hack my
then
way
blow
into a
up,
haystack.
Blow up a checkpoint or whatever.
Yeah.
Kill and skin animals.
Yeah, how do I skin animals and make a For Honor wallet?
It's weird to watch this game because it comes from Ubisoft, and every single other fucking Ubisoft game follows that formula. This game doesn't. This is more like a Dynasty Warriors. It's like a slower paced Musou. In domination mode, it's called. That's their big 4v4 sort of game where there's 3 capture points. Each of those points are a battlefront, if you will.
Wait.
They're not like a Star Wars battlefront.
Star Wars?
There's like every so often waves of minion dudes run out from spawn points, and they all meet at each area on the map, and they are fighting each other for control of that area. When you roll up, your job is to kill as many of them as possible to give your side the advantage. When you have the advantage, that point is captured, and you have to hold it. So long as you occupy more space in these little fronts, you will gain points slowly over time. These are marked by almost like lines of scrimmage in football. Like you'll have, the line where you start and the line where you get to. And once your dudes cross that line, you control things.
That's a really cool idea.
Where things get complicated is when other characters, other like champions, if you will, or heroes, I think they call them, roll into those melees and start fighting back.
Yeah.
So your combat...
So you're both on offense, essentially, right?
Well, there's technically one's on offense and one's on defense, but you're really doing the same things.
Okay.
And it becomes those moments in like big war movies where like you see another champion and you just point them out like in the middle of a battle, and the two of you like convene against each other in the midst of all this other fighting. These dudes, the little guys, are killed pretty easily. You just kind of spam attack and they die. But once you have to sit down and like actually duel someone in the midst of this chaos is where things get interesting. Because everyone's fighting for all these points, and what you think is a one-on-one fight will easily turn into 3 dudes coming out of the side and just stomping you out.
So how many people is it per team? 3?
4. 4 per team. So 8 people total. 3 capture points. They're all happening on different levels. Usually usually point B is like in the center on flat land, and then point A and C are like tucked away into different places.
Okay.
In a tower or under like a bridge or whatever. So it's a cool mode. In this test, it's very difficult to get a game of this. Mm-hmm. But I've played a couple rounds of it. I've been playing most of the duels, which there are 2 different types of duels. There's 1v1 and 2v2. It takes away all of that other capture the flag stuff and the minions, and it's just you and someone else, like on a off zone of one of these maps, where it's really just down to who kills who first. And that's where you'll find the sort of depth in between all of the very simple mechanics, which is just making sure your sword's in there. If your sword occupies a certain zone and someone attacks you in that zone, you block it automatically. And it's really about out-positioning someone when you attack people. Mm-hmm. Every faction has more than one character. There's 2 to play now in the test, and there's 4 total for each faction when the game releases proper. They all have their own advantages, strengths, and weaknesses. They have their own sort of move sets. They're not like complicated move sets. It's just like how you use heavy attack and light attack together.
Is it like sword guy and then like bigger sword guy?
Well, for example, you have in the
bigger
the knights,
guy sword.
The knights have a warden who's like, she's just a chick with a long sword, no shield. And there's some other person who's like a conqueror who has a shield and like a flail.
Okay.
And they have very different things. Like the warden, if you attack with a light attack on one of the side panels instead of the top, she can actually hit twice if you hit once. So if you hit a light attack on the side unblocked, your second one is also unblocked. And she can block and counter attacks from the top. by attacking via top. So if you're occupying the top space and someone attacks you that way and you attack back, you just knock it out of the way and hit somebody with it. Where the Conqueror can actually counter everything at all times in any of the slots, but he does everything he does slowly. So it's everybody has their own like little tweak that makes them unique to everyone else.
Yeah, I didn't know there were different classes. That adds a lot more depth to.
Like the big samurai dude you see in all the promo stuff, he's the Kensai. He has long range, and can in all of his combos can be every combo chain has like a finisher usually, 2 hits and then you hit heavy and that's the finisher. His finisher can be moved and canceled, and if you start a finisher in one direction, you can end it in a different one. So he's all about misdirection in that way, and he's all about controlling space. But the other samurai fashion dude is like an assassin. So he moves very quickly. He can like roll over your back and like does everything with like super fast reflexes, can counter and knock things away and shit. Like
that's cool.
It's really cool to see that this game has way more depth than it looked.
Yeah, it definitely looked like very one note before.
Yeah, I don't know like how this will look when it comes out in February. I don't know if they're planning on trying to make an esports thing out of this, but I mean, we'll see what happens.
Everything's esports.
Yeah, and it's funny because this game, the minions rushing into battle with you is very much a MOBA move that you have to know that they looked at MOBAs as like, we can kind of make a MOBA, I guess. We'll see how this lasts. So. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's a really cool game.
Is it fun?
Yes, I'm having fun with it. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be more than these 3 modes. And like, I don't know how 12 characters total is really going to push this game, how far this is really going to go with that. I know I would probably enjoy playing this game for a long time.
Okay.
Because this is kind of right up my alley.
Judging
it can be competitive.
Judging from everything I've heard about it, it definitely seems like something you should play to kind of understand.
I agree. I think it's very much a unique game.
Yeah.
And it's for, every once in a while a game comes out that you really haven't really played before, and I think this is one of them. Whether it ends up being great or not is, neither here nor there. I think everyone should at least play it because it's very different.
Yeah. I agree. It seems cool. Hearing you talk about it has me much more interested because I could not have given less of a shit before.
I got alpha codes, brah.
All right, you let me know. Is that
I played the final station.
Okay.
Which I wrote a little bit about for GamePedia.com, who has the official wiki. Brought
to you by GamePedia.com.
It's a final station is you play a conductor of a train. In this alternate Earth, if you will, you are technology has like it's somewhat advanced, but you use fucking trains to get everywhere.
Trains are cool.
That's true.
Something has happened. Like there, a visitation they call was something 100 years ago. The Earth was visited by aliens or something like that. Is the idea? Something happened, and that was whatever was going to happen was squashed by whoever was alive. Then they successfully protected everyone from the aliens.
Cool. We figured it out, guys. Good job.
Now it's happening again.
Damn it!
This is the second visitation.
Every time
they like preemptively, I guess, shut down all of the measures that you thought the government put in place to prevent such things. So now, through a series of events, your train is the only thing that can make it across country in time to like activate like their plan A alien killer plan, which means you have to take things from station to station, and your rickety ass train is the only way it's going to happen. So it's up to you. On the way, you stop at different places, and either they are, bustling civilizations that are preparing for something, or had heard something's going on, or don't really know what's happening, but it's probably serious. Full of people just operating day to day, and you're getting people from place to place, or you go to places that are already murked.
Oh.
You meet survivors in like these shambling ruins, and you try to like every station, because they put these new train station system in, and every station has a blocker, and you have to have a code to unlock the blocker to go past the station. So that's like the main mechanic. You stop at every station, get a blocker code, and then leave.
Wait.
Of course, if there's no one there to give you the blocker code, you have to go find it. And if everyone's dead, then you have to go, navigate through ruins to find the blocker code.
Are you telling me that you're trying to find the final station?
Yes. Well, you're not. You don't try to find the final station. How you get there is
You are
Spoiler.
the final station.
Damn.
Plot twist.
station.
Deep cuts, man.
But you stop by station to station, get the blocker code. On your way, you're either finding materials to help craft things like ammo and med kits and shit, or you're finding survivors who need to get taken to the next point of civilization.
So what is the game when you get off your train at these stations?
You get off the train, it's a side scroller, almost like No More Heroes or Not a Hero.
Okay. I was about to say No More Here.
Not No More Heroes. Like 16-bit, you go from. You're kind of like, you get weapons eventually. You get a weapon pretty early on, like a pistol, and you pretty much like opening doors and poking through rooms to find materials or reading chat logs and notes and books to try to figure out what the fuck happened here. It has a survival horror sort of scarcity and like tense attention.
Sounds procedurally generated.
It isn't.
Wow.
Which is kind of like interesting in this time. An indie game with 8-bit graphics isn't procedurally generated. Everything is put there purposefully.
That's what I was kind of hoping you would say. That makes it more interesting, honestly.
Like literally from door to door, the next door is, the room is black. You open a door, that's when you see what's in the room. So sometimes the room's just empty, and sometimes the room's full of zombies.
Nice.
It's up to you to figure out what to do with it. There's not a whole lot of ammo, not a whole lot of supplies, so everything's very scarce. And that becomes very important when you get back on the train, because the train mode is a whole different sort of game mode. Your train that you're driving,
just tiny trains. Super weird, right?
if it was just tiny trains or like tiny planes or whatever the fuck it is,
yeah. There's both. They're both a thing.
Yeah, I think I played tiny planes actually.
Tiny planes is like tiny trains, except you're planes.
Except with planes.
Yes.
Is that why they called it that?
Yep.
The train itself, if you have passengers, they're in a car and
Just smoking.
they all
weed.
have their own needs. They like talk to each other about bullshit. They don't know each other, obviously. So like some of them are like, "Oh, what's going on? The government's lying to us," and some of them are like, "You're a charlatan, and I hate you."
A charlatan. Jesus.
I think someone literally uses the word charlatan, and I was like, "That's funny." He called him a charlatan. But they all they have hunger meters and health meters, and you have to keep them from not.
Do they
getting
have bathroom meters? Is this like The Sims? Okay, that's good.
But your itself is it has a voltage meter, and it runs off a certain amount of power, and certain things will start to go haywire and run off more power than necessary, and if you overload the power, then it stops working.
Yeah.
So you have to find out the things on the train that are fucking up, and you have to keep them in line.
You have to pee into the radiator. Got it.
Yeah, you just gotta cool down.
It's just a little hot.
Fresh urine. I guess the idea is part of the train system is it keeps out gas from outside from getting inside and poisoning everyone.
Yeah.
So you have to keep that from happening, because if you don't, everyone starts to slowly breathe in gases from outside and die.
It kind of. I'm getting kind of outside of the platforming part of it. It kind of reminds me of FTL in a weird way.
A little bit. It has that sort of element. It's a bit more fast paced because you literally are walking back and forth, having to deal with all this shit at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You'll often meet survivors who are bleeding, so their health meters are constantly shrinking. So they become a source or a sink for all of your med kits. So quickly you start having to make really hard decisions about who needs to live and die.
Yeah.
When you take passengers to their destinations, they give you rewards. And at the end of every act is a destination, so you can meet up to 6 people usually throughout each act. And if you deliver them all, you get different sort of rewards for delivering them all. But I've noticed that and especially towards the later stations, later acts, like you have to pick like one or two of those dudes are not going to make it. So you got to choose who has the cooler reward, because everybody that of the dudes are about to die. The health kits you use on the train, you also use when you get off the train in the stations and start taking damage yourself. So like you have to start thinking about who needs this medikit more, you or the people on your train. It has a really cool dynamic that way.
Mm-hmm. Is it
it's not very
roguelike in that if you die, you have to start over?
No, it's if you die, then you go back to your last checkpoint.
Huh.
It's a very linear game.
Okay, I like
Is
that.
it only for PC?
PC and PS4 at least.
Okay, there we go. I can do that.
I don't know if it's on Xbox One.
Sounds cool.
You know, I was surprised by it. I liked it. I mean, I looked like something I would like.
Yeah.
Just in like synopsis, but as I was playing, I really do see the charm in it. I think it has its issues, but all in all, I think it's a pretty cool game.
Cool. Is that all you've been playing?
No, I started playing Paladins. I think Tony talked about Paladins once or twice in this game back in the day when it was in its early like beta, but it just snuck out on Steam, and I've been playing it to do some coverage. But I mean, it's a cool game. It's a arena shooter. Like that was like one of the C-list arena shooters when they all started getting announced at the same time.
Yeah, I remember vaguely.
Like Battleborn, Overwatch, and all that shit. This is more of a MOBA. Has more of a MOBA approach like Battleborn.
So it's bad.
But it's about taking, instead of like you have to like break into the opponent's thing and do all this other shit, you have to like from one place to the other. There's multiple game modes, but that's like the main game mode. You have a weapon starting in your end, you have to escort it to their side, and either you make it or you don't. It's like escorting the payload.
Rocky Raccoon is a character.
I mean,
I'm down for that.
Kind of
named Pip.
There's a dude who's like a knight on a horse, but it's not really a horse.
It's a robot horse.
Very colorful character. It's an interesting game. It is not going to change anyone's minds about hero shooters. If you play Overwatch, you don't want to play this game. If you play Battleborn, you don't want to play this game. If you play Battleborn, I want to talk to you.
Yeah, dude, I want to talk to the person who's playing Battleborn right now.
Who's like, yo, I prestige twice in Battleborn. Like, that's the motherfucker I need to talk to right now.
Yes. We should find that person because you know they exist.
Probably. I don't think this game is going to set the world on fire, but I think it's a pretty cool game, and it has like a niche following. I think it have a better chance on consoles. I don't know if they're going to make it there, but we'll see what happens.
We shall see. How about we take a break?
Okay.
So bad. Oh my god.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we've got some topics of discussion to go over. Let's say. So sit and ruminate on that, and we will be back in just a little bit. So now that we are officially on break, Logan, I just want to keep recording, but you can go like get a drink or use the bathroom.
I have to grab my laptop charger anyway, so that's perfect.
Yeah. First one back. What's up?
Ben, is tonight your first time doing more? Oh man,
Oh yeah, look at that beautiful face.
I'm gonna. Oh boy, that was
Woo!
a lot.
Right?
I forgot the Irrational Passions podcast goes hard.
Yeah, there's a lot
On
of
the
pee that
games
builds
talk.
up.
Games talk.
It's our main segment.
I was starting to get a little woozy. The blood was all I was all getting lost. I thought I was gonna drown in my own piss.
I mean, if the piss is gonna kill you, I feel like you can get up and take a second.
No, I don't want to destroy the integrity of the podcast by getting up in the middle of someone's conversation. That's an asshole move. I'd rather die here. You know?
I'd rather die here.
I mean, I
do-
appreciate it.
I do have some of this Bud Heavy right here.
Oh hell yeah! Are we drinking early?
Dude, it's 8:44 for me.
It's 5:44.
You don't know my
7:40.
plans?
Here's the thing, though. 5:34.
Central time.
I've been already
Central
drinking.
Time represent.
Go ahead, Jared. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, I mean, like, think about it this way:
Yeah.
5 o'clock, still not too early.
It's not too early, honestly. This is a little late for me.
Oh yeah, it's true. Jacob should be basically wasted by now. Especially considering it's almost 6 o'clock for him.
Not really.
Right, you're
Actually,
late
no,
now.
I'm going to a club tonight.
Oh, you're going clubbing?
Ooh.
Straight murking for Sliz.
Oh, we're
Good lord.
we're friends ass.
You looking for that Pax Strange?
No, we're not looking for the Pack Strange. You hunting for the Pack Strange?
They brought up Strange on a recent episode of Game Grumps. And by recent episode of Game Grumps, I mean an episode of Dark Souls 3 from 3 months ago.
Recent.
That I'm catching up on. And Danny described Strange as when cowboys are trying to have sex with someone who isn't their wife.
I mean, it's a good description.
And I'm like, holy shit, is that what that means? For your reference, Logan,
Yeah.
for the entirety of the infamous 2014 Writers Assemble Irrational Passions PAX East,
Okay.
we referred to trying to find a girl / date / whatever we were actually looking for as hunting for PAX Strange.
Okay. Like you do. I mean, come on.
Like you do. Didn't necessarily have to be a girl.
Sure.
We could have found something, Jake.
I would love
Sure, you
to
could've
write a
found
piece
something.
about people who hunt for Pack Strange, like for real.
Like,
That's what we should have wrote.
How many hookups do you think actually happen at PAX? A lot?
Probably a
I
lot,
have to
actually.
imagine it plenty.
How many people you think hooked up at Kind of Funny Live, too?
That I suspect quite
At
a
least
few.
one. At least one.
Someone I met?
Maybe.
We're live.
I
Just
know.
So you know. Okay. I just looked down and I was like, yeah, we're definitely still live. So, just be good.
Yeah. Yes, I can confirm one. Now that I think about it, yes.
Oh man, when that fucking live button goes,
I don't think I know their name off the top of my head. So
so I don't care.
I've been attempting for the past 3 years to get into the annual MagFest furry orgy.
Is that an actual thing?
excuse
Oh.
me,
I confirmed it really existed 2 years ago, and I've been trying my hardest to get
Jerry,
it ever since.
Are you
without
a
being-
furry? Are you
No.
just wanna be there
Let's
for-
go.
you just wanna be
I just
on the
wanna
front
be there.
lines.
Jarrett. Let's
just wanna
go.
Be
And
reported
a
from the
friend of
front lines.
mine, I don't know if you met her the brief time we were
So
in
the
each other's
cosplayer?
embrace. Yeah,
Yeah,
Roxy.
I have her.
She got
card
invited.
Still. She got invited.
And I was
Why
like, listen,
did she go?
Roxy,
Did she-
we need to go.
Yeah,
We
can
need
we
to go now.
Can we go?
And she was like, I'm not going there. I'm like, why aren't you fucking going there? This is very important. You had to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Do you have to
You
go
should-
in costume, or to
You
get a
put on
ladder?
the
I
Sonic the
think you do.
Hedgehog
Or you
costume
have to at
and you
least-
do it.
And like we found a dude who I think was like, because I think you have to pay like a cover
A sex
Do you-
fee?
or some bullshit.
Sex fee. Did you just say that?
Yeah.
Sex fee.
What if you're like, I'm covering this event as a photographer?
They'd be like, please leave and never come back. But it's literally like some secret handshake kind of shit. And I was trying to get
Do you know the
involved.
password?
There was apparently a password. Get the fuck.
You just push in the fourth cobblestone in some fucking back alley.
Hemingway just wants to hang out.
Yeah, but he wants to lay on the keyboard and things will go awry.
Because it's so nice. When I went upstairs to get a beer,
Yeah, I saw
my cat just fucking stared at me. Just like looking at his food bowl, then at me. And he was like doing this thing where he was
It's like, bro,
raising
you know what
his
time it
head
is,
up.
right?
Are we doing this? Are we doing this?
I told Gus to go fuck himself.
I want a Bud Heavy so bad. I'm glad that you call it Bud Heavy too. That makes me happy.
I did it for you, bud.
That's what it's supposed to be called. It's not supposed to be called Budweiser. It's Bud Heavy. Nebraska way of saying it.
You get it. Where are you from, Logan?
Missouri. Well, that's where I live right now.
Okay. Missouri.
Missouri, yeah. People
the
call that
kids
here,
say.
literally. The kids literally do say that, yeah, unfortunately.
Are you from Missouri or are you from somewhere else?
I was born and spent the first 10 years of my life in Jacksonville, Florida. And then my family moved to Missouri.
Once host of Irrational Passions podcast, Joseph Fate, lover of Jacob Bryant, is from Jacksonville, Florida.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taking many irrational.
Like a secret lover or like a.
Might have gone to school together.
fairly
Maybe
old.
it's true. He's a year older than me, though. I don't know.
I'm 24.
Yeah, so he's the same age as you. So maybe.
Maybe.
Let's get back to it. You guys ready?
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have a good time, Logan?
Yeah.
Did I bring you
This
into a
is-
nightmare?
Feel free.
No,
to
this is
lie.
like
Feel free
a.
to tell the truth and say this is the worst.
It's a blast. I'm loving it.
Good. We got some good topics to go over. Welcome back. There's no music. There's no news. There is no news. Where
We
we're
have to use
going,
nothing. We don't need roads.
well, yeah. Where we're going, there's only regret and no
Yeah.
news.
Yeah.
Well, there is one news,
Hmm.
but it's I kind of wanted to see where this went as far as conversation went. The Writer's Ramble, for folks who don't know, was a discussion-based show, right? Wasn't it?
Was it? I don't know, honestly, I
Well, the
was on one
idea
episode.
was that there'd be a topic presented, and then there'd be a discussion that would evolve around it.
Yeah. I
And
think
each episode was a topic.
yeah, like our Halloween episode where we
Was
talked
about
about scary games.
Oh, I was just about Halloween in general.
Okay.
The history of Halloween.
The history of Halloween. So the Last Guardian was delayed.
Shock.
Someone
Darn.
play the Rimshaw. Yeah, so it was originally slated to come out October 26th, I believe.
Something to that
Yeah,
effect.
something like that.
Now it's coming out to December 6th, I think. The first week of December. How do you guys feel about this?
I don't care.
That game's not
Very
real.
fine.
It's on a
Yeah.
shelf.
Yeah.
Wow, a lot of just overwhelming neutrality on this. I'm still looking forward to playing The Last Guardian. I have very low expectations. Like I'm expecting a kind of okay PS3 game. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's
I
no
agree.
way. Even the low expectations might be too high at this point.
Yeah. I'm like expecting a 4-hour game also. I know some people were like putting out there that's like probably what it really is, but that's kind of always what I thought it was going to be. Like a 4 to 6 hour experience. Is that game $60? Do you guys know?
I'm sure it's gonna be. some-
Probably, yeah.
At this point, it probably has to be like $300 to get all the money they've wasted on it.
Yeah. I mean, like it seems very much like a $40 game to me, but well, I'll pull it up on Amazon right now. I'm
I'd
sure
be
he-
completely shocked if it wasn't $60.
Yeah, I'm sure it's $60. Yeah. $59.99 USD.
Ooh. I was wrong. It's
Psych.
not 60.
So I wanted to kind of talk about the irate reaction to this delay, and kind of like the theme of that's been 2016 in a lot of ways. How do you guys feel about game delays, Jarrett?
I don't know. I think we did this to ourselves, really. Which is like a common theme in 2016. If you look around at any real sphere, be it entertainment or politics or whatever, we are all reaping what we've sown for the past like 10 at least years of not being the citizens and consumers and voters and, you know, people we should have been. And we're just letting things come off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
This particular example of like this particular in this game in particular, I can see where people can get upset where some other instances of not necessarily maybe game delays, but games coming out later than expected and under delivering, like in a No Man's Sky sort of situation. In this game specifically, this game has been. There were 4 years where no one said anything about this game. Like we people just assumed it was gone.
Yep.
And we didn't know it definitely wasn't gone until IGN reported it was, and then Adam Boyce tweeted with just laughter. And it was essentially reconfirmed. Like, there's no reason anyone should be getting super excited about this game, even if they want to play this game, because there's been no evidence that you ever will. And if this happened to anything else, if you heard about the sweet-ass hamburger that was going to come out of Burger King, and it was going to be the new hotness hamburger, and then that motherfucker did not come out in 10 years, you are not going to be all that upset about the super hotness hamburger because it's not out, and there's no reason to believe it's going to be out. I think people just really, really like, especially now, to stick it to developers and publishers because it's like a fun thing to do on the internet at this point.
Yeah.
Square clearly fucked this up. And
What with
or
Final
not
Fantasy
Square,
15?
sorry.
Sony.
Sony, yeah, Japan studio. Clearly fucked this up. And like when this game comes out, like how could anyone believe this is going to be like an earth-shattering, like mind-melding, like vision quest of a game? We don't even know what it is. We know there's a bird dog in it, and we've known that information for 10 years.
Which
Yeah,
is
Trico is where it's at, though. He's
Not
lighting
gonna lie,
up. You know what I'm
it's
saying?
It's enough for me. But like, I agree. People love to complain.
Yeah.
I mean, like, and this is like perfect fodder for people to complain about. Like, oh, a game's delayed. That's been delayed forever. Big shock, but I'm still gonna. I can freak out about it again because it's delayed again.
Yeah.
In fact, the
The
delay is
second they
small
announced
ever
the
been.
release. Yeah,
It's been only
Exactly.
delayed for like a month. So like it's still
And
like
I've never understood the delays, like the getting upset over a game that's delayed for a month or two. Like when Uncharted was delayed for like a couple months, people.
The Last of Us, yeah.
Yeah. Last of Us. It's interesting, just because there have been a lot of very short delays this year specifically, like Uncharted 4, No Man's Sky, Final Fantasy 15, and Last Guardian have all been 4 to 6 week delays, or 4 to 8 week delays, which is not common for video games. Typically, if video games are delayed, like it's a couple of months. I guess in this case, 2 months is the longest of these, but it's usually longer than that. Like 6 months is pretty typical.
I feel like they're learning now that like they can do that, and it's like if they think they need more time. Like before, it was like, oh well, we can't delay the game for just a weirdly short amount of time. That makes the game seem like it looks, just bad enough that we can, Now it feels like
Squeeze it out the window. Yeah.
we can delay this for a month or a month and a half and clean things up where we need to, and it won't be, it won't hurt the bottom line. I guess people won't lose interest in that month and a half. Like I feel like that's just starting to like be like, if we need to do that, we could probably handle it.
Yeah. Logan?
I mean, I just never have been excited for The Last Guardian to begin with.
Yeah.
But because I don't Shadow of the Colossus is the whole thing too. But yeah, I mean, like I've never really gotten upset at a delay because they just always make games better. So I don't really understand getting angry at it, like you're making the product better that you want.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems weird to get mad at them for that. And then B, there are so many things to play already that like I can wait 2 weeks or a month or 2 months in like that time period before the game comes out, right? Like The Last of Us is a great example where I was so incredibly like excited for The Last of Us, and then when that game came out, I was like, hey, it was worth that extra 2 months I had to wait on top of the years and years and years, right? Like it seems weird for people to nitpick these delays when they're already waiting multiple years anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I think the sinister part about this, though, is that there would be an onus to be upset about delays if you had a stake in the thing coming out when you did. And a lot of these people gain a stake in these products releasing in a particular timetable when they start pre-ordering these things.
Yeah.
So you pre-order a game and you pre-order it with the understanding that it's coming out in February, then it gets pushed to June.
Yeah.
And now everyone's like, well, I put my money down assuming it would be out in February.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's not. So now it's the publisher or the developer fucking me out of my $60. When in reality, it's your $50, it's your $60 being spent for the same product later. But sure, you can make the argument about service. Like I assume the service would happen in February, but now it's happening in June. That makes me upset. But the problem with pre-ordering is you're buying now a game that's coming out anyway. Yeah. That you could spend the same amount of money to buy when it actually comes out. You don't have to pay. No one's asking you to pay that money 6 months in advance.
Yeah, that's an opt-in service.
Yeah,
and we have developed this culture where we pre-order everything, and then these games go through normal game cycles, which includes delays and setbacks and miscalculations in cost and misallocation of resources, and things get pushed back and delayed. Yeah. This has happened through the course of video games. But now that we have been convinced that we need to throw our money at things as soon as possible, we also take with us our opinion that since we threw our money at this retail product, we are now involved in this retail product's life far more than just the transaction of buying and playing. Mm-hmm. That we are now, and on top of that, the elongated hyper fueled hype cycles of these things. By the time a game is supposed to hit a date and misses it, we've been so engaged and so personally attached to every single thing that this commercial product has done. We identify with it personally. We've changed all our phone and our computer backgrounds. We've been in Reddit, like conspiracy theorying all the things we don't know about it. We're waiting patiently for our sweet, pre-order skins for our guns or whatever. That when something goes wrong, things that normally go wrong and things will continue to go wrong, when that thing happens, we feel as a personal attack on our patronage. When we never used to think this way. Mm-hmm. People made it so easy to take our money from us. We've made it so easy for them to just take it from us and we've attached ourselves so much to the things that we're throwing our money at that we take every single consequence of doing business as an assault against our fucking identities. And we are just fucking up constantly with that. And it's only getting worse. Yeah. Like the reason that we can have a situation where I think it was Klevik, can report on a delay he heard that sounded super legit about No Man's Sky.
It was Schreier.
Jason Schreier can report on Friday about a delay, can be run through the ringer on Saturday and Sunday. Not just him personally, but Sean Murray can receive death threats and weird calls and have to be displaced and shit. Mm-hmm. And then Monday that story be true and everybody just goes back to business. That's a ridiculous fucking trend that is happening all the time now.
It's absurd. And I like the approach that the people have a stake in it. It's so weird because when if I ever pre-order anything, which is almost never, because you shouldn't pre-order things. Yep. Is on Amazon where there's zero risk, zero reward, right? Or zero risk, all of the reward. If there's a pre-order bonus, you get it on Amazon, and it's no, I don't have to worry about anything. I'm not putting any money down. It just means it'll arrive day of. And it'll charge me when it ships. And it's cool. I got this figured out. I get 10% or 20% off this too. Cool. Sounds good to me. And it's like that's like a great service, and I mean that's on Amazon for it's good on them for like putting that together. But it's just like the GameStop thing of idea like putting $5 down on a game or $60 down on a game is so like absurdist to me now.
Yeah, I understand the incentivization of like of the whole process, like especially the Amazon thing, where you spend less money if you buy within the 2 weeks of launch or whatever.
Yeah.
Or pre-order.
Yeah.
And like, I could see why a person would want to do that.
Yeah.
But when you do that, you have to take responsibility for the idea that you're going to put some money down for something that may not hit this date.
Or may not come out.
Or may not come out at all. Like you play video games. Here's how this works. Like we can't be upset about Kickstarters, and we throw our money at Kickstarters to invest in these things, and then they come out way later with not the with lacking the features that we thought was going to happen. But then not get upset, or try to make excuses for that situation, and then find the idea that you pre-ordered a game from a GameStop or a normal retail thing that you didn't invest in, or you just assumed it went through a normal like life cycle or development process, and then that game misses a date, and then you're like, what about my $60? Like, you can probably get it out of GameStop. You can just take it back.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
They go on the internet in a Facebook group or in a Reddit subreddit and like have to just shit on everything and just be upset and be caustic. You got to go find someone's Twitter account and just berate them for 20 hours straight because you're upset that you can just spend your $60 on something else. Is like completely fucking ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it's absurd. Like because we talked about this on OK Beast that I did with Blessing, like I mentioned earlier, and like I got more heated than I thought I would. I've kind of calmed down off of it at this point, but I always, with things like this, I always tend to lean towards like empathy, right? And like coming at it from the developer's perspective, just because like I don't make video games, man. I don't know how hard it is. I know it's hard. It's very, very hard. And there are a lot of moving parts. I feel like there are more moving parts in games than there are in other things. Like you can have somebody fuck up an edit, but like you also still have of like a movie, let's say, you still have that material, that source material. Like you didn't fuck it up presumably when you shot it, or if you did, you knew about it and you reshot it. Like it's different with games because every component is always like in active development all the way up until the point where you've got something to send to cert.
Right.
And like I don't understand why anyone could see a delay as the developer like personally attacking anyone. Like it just or anything. I mean, I can't understand why anyone would ever send anyone a death threat unless they're like some mass murderer.
I got mine.
And you're like, I'm coming for you, and you're like a vigilante or something. Like I get that. I guess.
Yeah, like maybe like if like Hitler was like a thing still. And you're like, man, I wish if Hitler was a thing still, and you're like, man, I wish Hitler would die. I'd be like, okay, I kind of see where you're coming from, but like that's not the case. It's never the case. Like, and I came in from the window of like, let's talk about the programmer that's working on Final Fantasy 15 that follows like games, like people like Jason Schreier, like games journalists out there on Twitter. Like he sees all of it. Like this programmer guy who's just working every day, his 9 to 5, trying to make this game, trying to get this done. Probably working way more than 9 to 5. He's probably working 55 to 70 hours a week, trying to make this game a thing in time for November 29th. He follows all these people on Twitter. He's there. People don't know his name because nobody knows any of these people's names, and he sees all these comments. Like no one knows better than this guy or girl, and no one feels it more than them. Like that's the reality. Like none of us who are complaining about this fucking delay feel it more than these people that are making this product. It's never an easy decision, and it never comes from a place. No one delayed a game because they were like, "Yo, I really want to fuck this up."
Like, yeah, there's 100,000 pre-orders. You'll fuck all of that.
Yeah. No one, the decision to delay Final Fantasy 15 didn't come from a place of like, yo, check this out. Guess how angry we're about to make all these people. Like, no, it's never what it is. It's always like, we can't ship this game like this because we know it's not good enough. Like, that's what it comes down to. Or sometimes, and this is all presumption, of course, it's, we don't want to put this game out because we know it's not going to sell at this time, which is far less common, I think. And it's absurd, and it's like everyone should, if like the video games industry obviously doesn't have nearly enough empathy in it, because if there are so many people that think like then sending death threats to women and threatening like these people that have been making games and will continue to make games for years is okay, then like clearly there's a fucking problem with the people that are playing games and consuming that content. And like I feel like if more people just came at it from the approach of like, well, this was clearly someone lost a lot of sleep over this decision, but they were trying to make this a good thing, and yet you still come at it from the perspective of like, fuck this, fuck the system, burn it all to the ground. Then like, I don't know.
It is. I mean, it's hard to expect that. I mean, it's not hard to. We shouldn't have to expect it. It should just be a thing that happens.
Yeah.
And I think in entertainment, there used to be anyway, a sort of appreciation for that side of things, like how things work. This was before like the veil was lifted and you could see how they work. Also, like if someone went to see a movie in the 70s, 80s, even in the 90s, like you sit down for 2 hours or watch the movie, you don't really have any input on it. You don't pre-order to sit there and do it. You just kind of watch it. Now it's like video games require a lot of you as a player, as a consumer. They also require a lot of the hype cycle for movies is like crazy. Like you don't hear about any other product for as long and as intensely that you hear about games for. Like movies don't get hyped like games do. Even big movies, even like the Avengers, like we all knew it was happening and we were all excited for it, I guess. But like, even if there's information every single day, it's like the end result is you pay $10, watch this movie, and it's whatever. Like,
there's more investment on the game end of things.
I think there's an intersection here as games begin to sort of take off, and our ability to access everyone who's involved in the process and every layer also began to take off, thanks to like Twitter and Facebook and stuff. The consumer have been able to reach out and virtually touch the people, the thought creators and the thought leaders and the developers and the people the commentators, and simultaneously as the role and importance of like a reviewer or a critic has become, I don't know, maybe less critical or less valuable due to, I don't know, market forces or whatever, through many reasons.
The fact that everybody and their uncle is a YouTube critic. Also.
Right. All you really have to do is have like the ubiquity of being able to be a critic has changed the way criticism works.
Yeah.
And now anyone who has an opinion can consider themselves a critic. To the point where now we've gotten to a point where people would, with access, just like critique critics. Because why not?
Because why not? Yo, there should be a Metacritic for critics, though.
You know what? I feel like there's like a Kotaku in action like subboard for just such thing. But we have developed into a consumership that has valued the commercial influence over, actual real critique or actual real like human development, human output. Like we love the hype cycle. We love the E3 press conferences. We love the magazine spreads and the screenshot leaks and all that kind of shit. Yeah. Because that helps us further justify our personal investment that we've developed into these things. We hate when people tell us that maybe this is not going to be okay, or maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should pump the brakes. And at some point, we lost that. We lost the idea that people make these games. Someone literally has to do. A machine doesn't make this. Square Enix isn't just like a faceless like creature that just sits in a building in Tokyo and puts games together. Like, it's not a Gundam whose job is to just delay this game for 10 years. Like, there are people there trying to make it make sense. There are people there literally staring at rows of numbers for thousands of hours just trying to figure it out. And like, listen, I've been giving Final Fantasy 15 shit publicly for 10 years. what's back before it was still Final Fantasy 13, I've been a very loud proponent of why I don't think that game is going to work. And mostly it's due to the fact that it keeps getting delayed and all that kind of shit. But you'll never find me it's like personally attacking someone because this game is delayed. Like I'm attacking the theory. I'm attacking the idea and the process and whatever sort of system could create a game that morphs into another game over 11 years and just never find its way out into the stores. That's a fucking silly situation that I think is worth talking about and worth critiquing. I'm not personally attacking people because I know the difference. A lot of people don't.
Yeah.
And we're giving voices and we're giving power to people who don't know the difference.
Yeah.
And there's no way to teach them the difference because they don't want to listen to anyone saying anything that doesn't make sense to them. So as teaching empathy and approaching things with empathy should be the norm and should be the approach. There's really no way to, I don't know, teach and proselytize this idea because your voice has no more value than anybody else. So
we're all fucked, is what we're saying.
Kind of. Like, what do we do?
So, so I think here's my approach, Jarrett. Just like American politics, we just have to wait for everyone to die.
Okay.
Obviously.
And then things just move in. We just
And then I think we're
The
good.
end.
There's no second step to that. It's just,
nope. Everyone just dies.
Just things get better.
Just hold out like 60 to 80 more years.
Okay. I'm in.
All right. Sounds good. I just everybody calm down. Game delays are not inherently a bad thing. There is
There's plenty of fucking games to play.
Exactly, yeah.
We got stuff to do. Do you guys know Civ 6 is coming out? I don't have enough time for that game.
I've forgotten about that, yeah.
Yeah, it comes out in October.
Shit.
I don't give
Fuck.
a shit about that game. Sims is dumb.
Civ is great.
It was awesome, yeah.
Yeah, and XCOM 2 comes out for consoles this month.
Remember last year when they were like, it's definitely not coming to consoles.
Same year,
Everyone's like,
6
okay.
months later, yeah, dude. I mean, when I played it, I'm glad that I already played XCOM 2 when there was less shit to do, and there was still a lot of shit to do in March. But I finished that game. I'm cool. I don't need to buy it again. But I'm excited for people to play that game. Yeah, everybody calm down. Everybody chill. Find your chill. Hone it. Bring it in.
Hone the chill.
Hone the chill. I thought a fun topic of discussion would be looking back at the last episode of Writer's Ramble.
I wasn't even on it. I'm sure I was on one episode.
We know for a fact you were on the Halloween episode. And seeing what we talked about. Writer's Ramble, episode 9.
Who was on it?
Video game faddom.
That was the one I had to put together randomly.
Anudis, Jarrett. Who's Cameron?
They were two friends of Anudis.
Cameron and Nick.
Because Brendan was supposed to be on and he canceled. And I think
guess we should have known, huh?
Yeah.
And I think Anudis was, or not Anudis. I think Niall was also supposed to be on, but I think that's when he kind of dropped off.
He has a kid, by the way. I forgot to mention.
Does he really?
Niall has a son.
That's intense.
Yeah. I don't think he plays video games. Every once in a while, he'll message me on Facebook and be like, "Hey, I have this idea for this thing." I'm like,
Be like, "Hey, bro."
all right. And then I'll be like, get something formal together and pitch me on it. And then he'll never do that. So,
Well, he's writing you to pitch you.
yeah. So,
I think he was supposed to do it, and I couldn't get a hold of him after we made initial contact, and then Brendan canceled. So it's me and Anudis were just gonna talk to each other. And he's like, "I have some friends," and I was like, "All right, well, fuck it."
what we talked about, what you all talked about, I should say, in the last episode of Writer's Ramble was Flappy Bird. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
And Twitch plays Pokemon.
I kind of remember that episode, yeah.
Published on March 3rd, 2014.
I think, if I can remember correctly,
Okay.
I think the focus was because at that particular point, especially Twitch plays Pokemon, like it had become bigger than a bunch of people in Twitch playing that game.
Yeah.
It had become like a pseudo religion.
Yeah.
The memedom, like the meme culture around it, like really just like took this thing way out of proportion, the good and the bad.
Yeah. It's weird.
It like almost besides, kickstarting its own sort of subgenre of video game streaming, where Twitch now plays every fucking thing. It was one of those few things that had such a weird, like deep following that like sort of culture like exploded on, that people who had never actually watched Twitch plays Pokemon were sharing Twitch like plays Pokemon related memes. Like they didn't recognize that like All Hail the Helix Fossil had such a ridiculous history. They just thought it was funny.
Oh man.
So like I'm knowing people like in real life in my like, and people I used to work with like who think this is a fucking hilarious. I'm like, you have no idea where this came from. Like there were 20 hours of bullshit that led to this.
There were 14 days of bullshit that led to this.
Like, I don't know if you would probably think it's still completely hilarious, but I don't think you recognize how funny this is.
Yeah. How funny it is that like this random
random fucking thing, yeah, like because the struggle to choose which fucking fossil Pokemon you wanted became a cult. Because that's what happens when like thousands of people get together and try to make a decision.
Dude. Man.
Not even just make a decision, try to move the arrows to make the decision. Like it was super ridiculous.
It's crazy also like Twitch plays Pokemon is still a thing to an extent. Like Twitch plays Pokemon Go happened this past year.
Yeah.
No one watched it as far as I'm concerned.
It's kind of over, but like it definitely was a thing for a while. And the same thing with Flappy Bird. Like Flappy Bird was a shitty game that a dude in Thailand made because he was bored.
Yeah.
And not only, and for some reason, just like most mobile successes, it just fucking took off.
Took off, man. Super Mario Run.
And it was like, it is ironic that Super Mario Run, which is essentially a running Flappy Bird, and Flappy Bird got in all that trouble for using Mario assets, like was come full circle.
Yeah, exactly.
But the kid was making like $40,000 like a day.
Yeah.
Through ad revenue.
David
in Thailand.
David Nguyen or whatever. Dong.
When?
Something Dong.
Something Dong.
He had Dong in his name.
Almost $50,000 in a U.S. American currency in Thailand a day. And this game had multiple million downloads, and like this was a certified hit for no fucking reason.
Logan, did you ever play Flappy Bird?
I did not. No. Thankfully.
Thankfully, you escaped. I remember.
I did. Yeah.
I was on the Flappy Bird front lines.
Yeah.
On the front lines in the war.
in the Flappy War of 2014.
The Flappy War. What's weird is Flappy Bird. The weirdest part about it is it didn't take off when it launched. Like it had been out for 6 months before it fucking blew up. And it's not like a person of note was playing it on Twitch or had like, it wasn't this thing now where like Vine videos or, all of these internet comedians that make these little videos are literally advertising shit by playing them in the beginning of a video, like Color Swap, or like, just like 10 different videos just have a dude sitting on a couch playing Color Swap before anything else happens. Like no one was advertising this game. It just naturally blew up.
The funniest Flappy Bird video that exists to this day is Jim Sterling doing a Let's Play of The Wolf Among Us, in which he is just audibly playing Flappy Bird in the background and not paying attention to The Wolf Among Us. If you've not seen it, highly recommend, because it's just...
I have not seen that.
Yeah.
It's the sound of Flappy Bird. He's like, we're playing The Wolf Among Us, and this is big... Fuck! It's just that for 14 minutes, and then he turns off The Wolf Among Us. And it doesn't, like, end. Like, he doesn't say, like, I'm not playing this anymore. It just, the video just ends. It's fucking amazing.
That's funny. No, I have not seen that.
Yeah. Did Flappy Bird touch your life, Jacob?
Flappy Bird didn't touch my life, but I was there.
You were there.
Some might say ground zero. Well, close
What was
enough.
your high score?
I don't remember.
4.
I have no idea. No. I was in the triple digits for sure. I was one of those people. I was a soldier. I was,
Easy.
You were
kill.
you were a flappy savant.
I was a lieutenant. Yeah, on the flag.
Savanty
a
bird.
A wild flapper, very skilled.
I'm a wild flapper.
I do want to also indicate that many of the writers' Ramble art, the original art was just Kingdom Hearts. Sora,
Which is ironic.
from
Kingdom
Kingdom Hearts.
Is dumb. Kingdom Hearts is so dumb.
Irrational Passions presents Writers Ramble.
But I can't remember who loved Kingdom Hearts.
Niall did.
Certainly no one.
Okay.
'Cause it's so dumb.
Certainly no one, except all the motherfuckers that do.
I don't understand
A
how
lot of people
anyone
like it. I don't either.
couldn't like Kingdom Hearts.
What's the villain's name? I was trying to understand it one day while I was
Dream
watching
Drop
one
Distance?
slow. Yeah, what's the villain's name in that?
Oh, Xehanort?
Yeah.
No, here's you want to know, it goes deeper.
I don't want to know anything.
No,
about it. I
you
don't
do.
want
I
any
want to know.
lore
You-
Kingdom Hearts lore. I
So-
will actually leave if you start talking about Kingdom Hearts.
I'll only say this one thing. Xehanort is an anagram, a rearranging of the letters of no heart,
Oh,
I thought he was just
with an X put in there.
fucking
With
Oh,
an-
Jake was just going to turn his computer off.
With an X put in there.
It's amazing.
It's incredible. That
Oh,
game,
man.
the game's incredible.
Yeah, I give Kingdom Hearts lots of shit too. And it's funny because Kingdom Hearts has 2 like actual numbered entries and then 7 years of other bullshit.
13
apparently
total
they're all-
entries, I think.
Apparently it's all canon too. So like what the
It's
fuck?
all
you put in-
canon. None of it is bullshit. It's all important. Even the
It's just why
even
even
the
do
mobile
numbers in it
game.
at this point.
I found
Like,
out.
there's
what-
no point-
Oh, no. Oops, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's no point for like a 3. You don't need 3 doesn't matter anymore.
It's
I get
true.
I agree.
It matters to me.
I found the villain that I was talking about, and it wasn't whatever the fuck dumb name you were saying.
Xehanort.
No. Stop saying it. It's let me find it. Oh, okay. I just tweeted on June 8th. Attempts to understand Kingdom Hearts Part 1. There was never a Part 2. Found out there was a character named Unicornus. I exited my browser.
To be fair, it was a Dream Eater.
He sounds like a transformer.
It's a
Unicornus.
Dream Eater.
What
What
the
the
hell
fuck
is
is
a
a
Dream
Dream
Eater?
Eater?
So like,
Oh wait, I don't
No,
care.
don't you
I
ask
don't care.
me. Don't
No,
ask me.
I'm curious about
He's
this
going to
one.
tell you.
no,
I don't
here we go.
care. I
Okay,
don't care.
so
Uh,
so in Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, also known as Kingdom Hearts 3D, do you get it?
Stop.
You go to the Dream.
oh, is it because of the dream drop in the distance? It's 3Ds in the row. All right,
Yeah.
I don't care.
All of these.
You go to the Dream World, which turns out, twist in the game, you're traveling back in time to the sleeping worlds. Anyway,
Hey, this game's so dumb.
in the Dream World, there are these creatures called Dream Eaters.
Okay.
You can harness their power of friendship.
What?
I'm not. I wish I was making this up.
Do you like this game a lot, or do you just like?
I love Kingdom Hearts. Dream
like
Drop
it a lot.
Distance is fucking absurd.
Tried to play through the first one when it got released on PS3. Game's stupid.
First one is actually like the easiest to get into of all of them. It's pretty dumb, but it's not as dumb as like Kingdom Hearts 2 or Dream Drop Distance or 358 over 2 days.
Okay. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Chain of
Like, why-
Memories. That's a
What
game.
was the no? What was the last one you said with all the numbers in the fraction?
358 over 2 days.
What the fuck does that mean?
So
no, god damn it.
it's too late. No, I have to answer. So you're playing this character named Roxas, and basically it's a year in his life, 358 days in his life, and then something changes, and then it's 2 days after that, and those are 2 days preceding Kingdom Hearts 2. That's why it's 358 over 2 days.
I feel like they botched the title.
Dude, they fucked it up. No one is disagreeing. I am not disagreeing with you.
Hey, I want a whole game of just the gummy ship though.
All right. The gummy ship in Kingdom Hearts 2 is actually pretty fun. In Kingdom Hearts 1, it's
Jared disagrees.
Jared hasn't played a Kingdom Hearts game ever. So
I haven't played a Kingdom Hearts game since 2. That's when I stopped. I was like, I'll wait for 3. And then 15 years later,
Are you gonna play?
It's only been 10 years. Shut up.
It feels like 20.
It's been 11 technically.
I hope that game never comes out.
I'm
I'll
going
never
to.
play.
It won't.
It's never going to happen.
It's been confirmed that I'm going to die before Kingdom Hearts 3 comes out, just because jokes. Because that's the last joke. That's the final punchline. I'll get
But
like
at this point, it's so convoluted. Like, why the fuck would I even care? All I have is a knowledge of 1 and 2. Like, I'm not prepared for 3, and I never will be.
So Writers Ramble episode 8 posted on February 17th, over almost a month before episode 9. Our discussion topic was the most overrated games of last generation.
Who was in it?
Anudis Tejeda,
Mm-hmm.
Jared Green,
Dead to me.
and myself.
Dead to me.
Definitely.
That's a good idea. Do you remember what we talked about, Jared?
Nope.
Yeah, I have no
That
idea.
was 3 years ago. I don't remember what I did last week.
It was 2.5 years ago. Come on.
Oh.
There's nothing in the notes.
No, it just says this week on the podcast we discussed the most overrated games. Overrated 2 words. Jarrett, you posted this.
Shut up.
Overrated games of last generation.
I wonder what I would have said.
What's your most overrated game of last generation, Jacob?
Oh, the last generation?
Yeah, PS3, 360, Wii.
The Wii.
All right, they're not a game.
Got him.
Got
Oh.
him.
Oh man, I'm so prepared for this question. I'm glad you asked. I have no idea.
Mine
Overrated or
is
underrated?
GTA 5. So
Oh,
9.0 irrationalpassions.com reviewed by Jacob Bryant.
Look at you, edgy
I
fucking.
feel like that was targeted.
It was.
Yeah, overrated. It's a 7.0 game.
Damn.
that's
Damn.
a thing for.
Well, thanks for letting me write it. Respecting my opinion.
No, go ahead, Logan. I want to know what you're.
I think
saying.
that's what GTA 4 is for me. Like, I can't stand GTA 4.
Yeah, GTA 4 is a bad game.
Like, I think it's soulless and it's not fun ever.
Yeah, it's not fun ever. That's the
No,
most
that game-
true thing anyone's ever said about GTA
That game's
4.
rough. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. GTA 4 is. I just have like a vindictive hatred of 5 in a way that I
No,
have a
obviously,
few
yeah.
things. I want you to. I want to read you all something.
This is gonna be bad.
it's
I'm
gonna,
excited for this.
it's
Wait,
gonna be
wait,
bad.
Something that someone wrote.
It's something that one of the people on this podcast wrote.
Is it me?
I hope
Ooh.
If it's me, I'll actually leave the podcast. Right now. I'll hang up, and you'll never see this audio, and it's gonna fuck up the last 2.5 hours. So if you really want to go through with this, you call my bluff.
The Grand Theft Auto 5 review.
I'm leaving.
Don't leave.
I'm leaving.
I want to know the closing comments written by Jacob Bryant. I want to know what. I don't actually remember. I edited this review. Jacob's still here also. He just turned off his camera. He wrote, oh man, this is not bad. Although games are following the release of GTA 5, this entry into the series will be remembered as the closing of a generation. And that's a good thing. The game has so much to do, so much to see, and it's executed tremendously. 2 months before next-gen consoles release, you can get your first taste of what to expect in GTA 5, with GTA 5. It's such a really good closing comment section. I'm proud of you. Jacob is holding up a middle finger. But it is no Fear the Walking Dead recap, but
I hate hearing
That's true.
stuff I write read aloud. So never do that again, please, God.
That's
For
fair
the love
enough.
of God.
you gave it 9.0.
I enjoyed myself.
Yeah.
Clearly, not enough for me to earn any respect from you. You just
Damn.
shat in my face 2 years later. That's
I
a 7.0 game.
it's just my opinion.
I don't know why I write it on my site
What's yours, Jared?
of last generation. The first thing that comes to mind is Uncharted 2.
Ooh. I'll agree
Which is
with that. I'll
arguably-
agree.
I was arguably the best of the series in my opinion. Still, I still believe it's better than 4.
No.
But
No.
I don't think. I think those games get away with a lot of things that other games wouldn't.
I think 3 is overrated, so
Oh.
by comparison.
3's overrated.
I'm one of those people.
I love 3.
Yeah.
I like 3 too, but I I agree with you. 3's super rated.
I think 2 is better than 3.
Yes,
but-
Hero.
No.
I mean, I think 4 is the best.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
No,
Jared,
2's the best.
for sure.
2's the best. You guys are all idiots, unless you agree with me. I didn't hear if you think that 2 is the best. I didn't hear.
Although,
So
like,
I think 2's the best series.
in
Yeah,
my
sorry.
in my head, like 1 is also the best in the series. So
1 is just going from one room to another and shooting people, and then maybe like a 30-second cutscene at some point. Fuck that. I respect what it did, but fuck that. It's not fun now. It's not fun
I
at
mean,
all now.
I have a lot of nostalgia for 1. That definitely is at
Yeah.
play there.
You also have a lot of nostalgia for Kingdom Hearts, I'm sure. Like,
Ooh yeah. I'm gonna tell you about Kingdom Hearts.
no, don't.
Xehanort.
All right. Is there another topic that's not Kingdom Hearts?
That's the name of a That's a name of a person.
That's the worst.
Now I do want to do a shout out to the Ramblets, the first iteration of Jarrett Green podcasting by himself.
I think I lost. I don't know if those links still work. Unfortunately, I don't know. If that's
I don't
still
know
like
either, but the website post still exists.
Right.
Ramblet.
Was I invited on any of those? I fucking doubt it.
I don't. You weren't really writing then.
Yeah, that was when you
Because-
were trying to finish school.
The concept was I was talking to people who actually were writing shit.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't on a Ramblet.
I think maybe not. No, I thought you were.
I might have been on the first one.
Like maybe the very first one.
It looks like a nudist was on the first one.
The nudist should have been on this. He was in more fucking more.
A nudist is gone off the grid. He doesn't exist anymore.
Is he off? He's off grid.
Yeah, like
It's gone dark.
yeah, I like genuinely. I don't know what happened to him. He's on. I'm still friends with him on PSN, but that's the only social media of any form that he still exists on, as far as I know.
He's a ghost of the system.
He's a ghost in the shell.
No.
Okay,
No.
fair enough. Ramblet number 6 was the last Ramblet that was posted.
Rest in peace.
I think there was. No, you're right. I think 6 was the last one.
No, I think there was one after that.
I
that
think I
came through
started
the
a group
feed.
of others and it never actually took off because I wanted to do a second group of 6, and I think I got 3 of them like scheduled and only 2 recorded, and then it all kind of fell apart.
I feel like a 7th came out. A 7th episode came out at some point, but Chris Wagner of Gather Your Party for his article "Tripping on Air: Why Game Journalists Can't Describe Games," spawned an article written dissing Super Smash Brothers fans. He talks about
Someone in Destructoid shit on like Smash fans because they preferred Melee over Brawl because Brawl had random tripping in it.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't understand how someone couldn't understand why that's like not a good thing. But I think it's brought into a better topic, which was maybe
the
a
tenets
lot
of
these
good
people,
reviewing.
especially you work in big places, don't really rate the greatest or communicate the greatest reasons why or why not a game could be good or not good. And I thought that was a really good discussion. Turns out that dude's actually like crazy, but it's fine. He had a good point.
Is
at
he
one point.
is he a gator?
Gator? He was like prime Gator.
Oh no, not a gator.
Oh man.
Damn.
My favorite one of those though was I can't remember his name though, unfortunately.
We got Drew Kohler was on one.
Maybe it was Drew. He wrote for like a Christian gaming blog.
Josh Hink, Michael Zack, and Mike Eaton.
Wasn't Mike Eaton. Mike Eaton's good. He's over at Infinite.
Yeah.
He's funny. It might have been Drew. We
Cross
talked
Console
about
Gamer is the name of the Church Hates Gamers was that article.
Yeah. And I thought that was an interesting jumping off point, and I think we had a pretty good discussion about the relationship of religion in games. Not that it needs to be not that it has to be a medium that like, knocks people in the head with morality, but how it's just not represented very well at all. Like any religion, religion is usually like a mechanical means to an end in most games. like you worship this thing and it gives you power.
Yeah.
Not that it like gives you moral purpose or like, you know, all the things that we like to think religion does for people now, or like especially him, a person who works in like religious communities and stuff. The effects he has on people through like church groups and shit, he can't seem to like. There's no games that like convey that sort of relationship or religion. And I think we had a pretty good discussion on like how that happens, like why, like how do you make that work? What would a good game about like a Christian dude be like in his opinion? You know, it's not a dude who is running around, you know, decrying sin, but it's a person who like how most games go through go through many themes. Like any good story has themes that are, you know, very much present in the Bible, like redemption and like, you know, sacrifice, stuff like that. They're never well with religion involved. And there's for like mundane characters, you know, a normal modern guy, religion is never something that's ever mentioned about them.
Yeah.
Like
very true.
And I thought that was like an interesting thing that's missing in our like search and our wants to make characters feel real or feel as rounded or well-rounded as we do in like movies and television. Games have never really gotten there yet.
Like
be Christian.
In my head, like the example that comes to mind is, and Nabishin brought this up last week. Imagine like John Marston from Red Dead Redemption. Like an aspect of his character is that he loves his wife, right? He's married and he always honors her. Like he would never cheat on her because he loves her. Like imagine like a character in a video game with that, not necessarily to his wife, but like to God.
Right. I
something that like compelled him in a way.
I always use the example for when this discussion kind of happens. Matt Murdock.
Yeah, that's a great example.
Like he isn't necessarily the greatest of Catholics.
Yeah, he's not like a Bible toter.
But he's very much a Catholic, and it very much guides him. He doesn't take every moment to talk to a criminal about, you know, how God wouldn't like this, but he knows why he does these things.
But man, when he does that to the Punisher, though,
like
real good scene.
They get it. He feels this overbearing guilt to do the things he has to do because he feels like someone has to do it because that's what this is. But the means he has to take to do it weigh heavily on him because of his like Catholic faith.
Yeah.
So he's always in this weird cycle of like forgiveness, sacrifice, and sort of sin in his opinion. Like he's always succumbing to this thing inside him that needs to go beat a dude nearly to death. He justifies it because that dude's probably doing some crime shit, and this is like necessary for that to stop. And then he has to go to church and kind of wash himself away. And that's always a relationship he's always had. And not only is it something that you find in his own monologues, but like people who know him know that about him. Like Captain America knows he's a good Catholic, and like he will. If you want to go talk to Matt Murdock and you don't know where he is, he might be in church.
It's a good example. Yeah,
you don't see a lot of characters in anything really, you know, depicted in that way. Usually, when they're a member of the church, it's either they are the priest or some super zealot, or they're going there because they haven't been and they need to go feel like this is a place to be safe or whatever.
Yeah.
Never someone who just does it like it's just a part of life.
Yeah. Good example. Ramble, it's for people who don't know, where Jerry, you sat down with people. I like to think of it as like the quality control, like Polygon's podcast, but instead of about reviews, it was about opinion pieces.
Yeah, and I got the idea from what used to be quality control, essentially, before G4 kind of took a dive. Adam Cecil used to talk to some of the review team about specific reviews on their website, and they would do like 15-minute like Q&As with forum. They would take like questions from the forums or whatever, and he would answer them with the person who reviewed the game and try to like give an extra layer of feedback, maybe illuminate some ideas that are written in the review that may not have come off how him and like the editor may have thought, but he felt like now it's time to like really pull that idea out and get the listeners who may not have understood the first time like a second pass at it. I always thought that was the most interesting part of like the later X-Play sort of stuff, when they were trying to like go, you know, whole ham on the website before G4 lost all their money and shit.
Yeah, before it all burned down to the ground. Yeah, it was good. It was a good show. Unfortunately, that article, the Church Hates Gamers article, is no longer exists.
Wah, wah.
Womp womp. Maybe you could find it. Last point of discussion I thought would be fun to bring up is kind of like what we're working on, what we're writing, what people are writing. We're rambling, but what are we writing? Quiet sigh in the background.
Aren't they kind of the same thing?
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm curious. Like, I don't know. Like Jacob, I know obviously you're writing news and things like that for Variety.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you're writing anything outside of that.
It just kind of depends. Like sometimes I'll pitch something, usually for the TV team. Like was maybe gonna do something because Jericho's 10th anniversary is like next week, or it's like the 20th, I think. But I don't think that's gonna come through because I haven't talked to any. I was gonna interview like Skeet Ulrich and someone, or what's his name, the guy who wrote Perks of Being a Wallflower, because he was one of the people that created the show. But that never really panned out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Steven Spatsky or whatever.
Yeah.
But didn't pan out because I got just too busy to really get in contact with their agents and stuff.
Yeah. Are you writing anything like on a personal level, like
Like my own time.
in your free time? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit here and there, but like it's not worth talking about right now.
Is that a shameful? It's not worth talking about right now, or
It's just like not enough to like be like really significant.
are you
enough
writing
to
a romantic comedy screenplay?
It's just
I hope so.
purely
Starring you and Danny Morris.
purely
Starring
erotica.
starring Jacob Bryan and Danny Juarez.
Yeah, we have a special thing going on. It's no big deal. You guys can be
Jay
jealous.
loves D.
It's no big deal. You can go make it a big deal.
You can make it a big deal all you want, but like it's gonna
Big J, little D, big heart.
Yikes.
Little D. Sorry, Danny. That's pretty much what you're going to do from now on. Alex said this to you.
Little D, yes. I want to. We should, Jacob. You and I should write a romantic comedy screenplay.
That would be it'd be too angsty for anyone.
It
to
would
really
be too
understand.
good.
No, it'd be oceans of angst. It'd be ugh.
It'd be the Ocean's 11 of angst.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Good Lord.
I'd write that in a second.
Logan, what about you? You working on it? I know you have the article that you just finished the draft of.
Yeah. Other than that, I've been working on and tinkering away with for a few weeks, honestly now, a piece about The Last of Us and The Road, because I finally read The Road. It's such a huge inspiration for The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
And like the big thing that I was struck by in that was how like way more different the two experiences are. Like The Road I thought was going to be very similar to The Last of Us, and like The Last of Us going to be like a clear inspiration and like a clear like, oh, this is just a video game version of that. And the thing I was stunned by was like how these games are almost total like 180s from each other, and they're not very similar. And I've been kind of working on like exploring that and like the ways that they're, how like the main, I guess, inspiration is the same, but the games are in game and movie, or also book, are very dissimilar, right? But like it's just turned into this weird rambling like 1,500 word piece now that I'm not even like halfway done with it. I'm like, I don't even know what this is anymore.
Yeah.
Because I also have this super strong connection I have to The Last of Us 2 that I just have to keep like talking about that. And I'm like, The Road is like, I didn't really love it like I thought I would too. So it's like this weird thing of, one is my favorite video game, and the other one is like this thing that I really, really, really wanted to love and didn't. And I'm like, why don't I love this? Like I should totally love The Road, but I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like there's just this mess of a piece. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this.
I feel like
It's the
leaning
thing I'm
into
doing.
that dichotomy and maybe making it something more personal.
Yeah.
Cool too.
And then there's also going back to The Last of Us for 2 years now, since I played The Last of Us for a second time, for some, I guess, build up to this. The Last of Us came out in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Played it, loved it, was amazing. And then just had like this itch to go back and play it again. And my grandmother, we're about to get sad, passed away in June of 2014.
Mm-hmm.
And For reasons just that are reasons, I wasn't able to go to the funeral, but because she's in like really far away. But I still had like I got the time off, but I just wasn't able to go. And so instead, to mourn my grandmother, I played this super dark and brutal. I played The Last of Us. So just like I just have to just do something. And so like now The Last of Us is like this weird, super personal connection to me because that's how I grieved my grandmother. And for 2 years since that happened, I've been just wanting to like write about that whole experience and the things that are tied up into that. But like every time I start, I'm like, I just can't do this right now.
Yeah.
But like that is at some point in time in my life, I want to write this huge piece about like that week, like that 2 days, which I just played nonstop The Last of Us. Because it was this hugely important thing in the grieving process. And also kind of like when I played The Last of Us in 2013, it was like, all right, that was really cool. And then when I played it again in 2014 is when I was like, holy shit, this is what like I didn't even know I wanted from games. Like that's when I like it hit me. It was like, this is what I've wanted games to be my whole life, right? Like where Greg Miller talks a lot about the first Metal Gear Solid for that. Where he was kind of drifting out of games and like wasn't sure if he wanted to play anymore. And then like that game happened, he was like, oh yeah, this is okay, I'm totally all in. And for me, it was Uncharted to a degree, but really The Last was like, holy shit, this is like games can be more than like silly, dumb, kill 50 people for no reason, just kind of go on and make jokes and just whatever. We're like Mario. It's like, no, they can tell a really compelling and heartbreaking and like gut wrenching, but also kind of weirdly hopeful because I'm like this one guy who's like, I actually kind of think The Last of Us tells a really like nice and inspirational story that just gets like shot a lot too. But it's also like in like the midst of all the shit that game like has going on in it, where it's like brutal and everything, there is this seed of just like, this is a guy and a girl who just want to kind of save the world, but they obviously don't do that at the end, spoilers, but who also just like that love story, I guess, in a way, between Joel and Ellie is like the best version of one I've seen in almost any medium, and it's really different, and it doesn't follow any beats you would expect from a story like that. And that game really hit me up, and just on the personal and like from a game perspective and like everything. And so for 2 years I wanted to do that, but who only knows whenever we'll actually get to that.
Yeah, I like a lot of your articles. These ideas are very similar to a lot of the things I've wanted to write about Persona 4, which is it's comforting.
Yeah,
writing about your favorite things is always the hardest.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, like the kind of how where The Last of Us hit you at the right time in the right place. That's how Persona 3 hit me. I'm glad that I was able to tell that story in some written form.
See, that's what I would love to do with The Last of Us. I'll have to check out your Persona 3 piece.
Yeah, I can send it to you at some point.
Okay.
Jared, what about you?
I don't know. I write all the time.
I don't know, writing some hot shit. What you want to know?
My main role at Gamepedia is a year ago. It didn't really exist. Like
executive editor of wrestling.
Well, not yet. That's the main. That's the end goal.
Yeah.
Gamepedia was just Curse's arm for wikis. Essentially, they just hosted wikis for indie games. And sometimes not indie games, but they wanted to host official wikis. So like the premier place to go for information about this particular game is at gamepedia.com/whatever your game's name is. Curse it just got bought by Twitch recently. So that's about to blow up into something strange.
So they're going to shut it down just like EA.
Probably just like knock it out of the park. And by the park, I mean right in the trash. The idea for bringing on writers was if we could write more content about these particular games, now suddenly game developers have like incentive kind of to come be a part of their wiki web. Because not only will they get support from Curse for in advertising or whatever, like some people are going to be writing and creating content based on their games. And it started out strange because it was, all right, that thing we pitched to you where like you're going to write about games that we have on the wikis, all that kind of shit. We're going to like subvert that real quick because we actually want to just be BuzzFeed. So I need you to write listicles. And I was like, motherfucker.
Damn it, they got me.
So there was like a good stretch for like 3 or 4 months where I was just writing random ass listicles.
I remember some of them were real good though.
Some of them had to make work. My favorite one ever, is still my favorite and is the trolliest shit I've ever written, was 5 games that you should only play once and never again.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still, people still like, I still get comments where like, this dude has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I'm like, thank you. That's exactly the reaction.
What were the 5 games?
They were like, I mean, I forget. I know the one that people have a fucking issue with is BioShock Infinite.
Oh, that's like the best. That's
okay.
absolutely a game you should only play once.
Yeah.
That's the one I get a lot of
As
shit
soon as
for.
you play it a second time, like you see all the problems.
And
with
that's, I mean, and I think if anyone read the blurb, they understand that's what I meant by it.
yeah.
But no one did that. Nah, fuck that. They assume that if I'm saying you should never play this game again after playing it once, I'm obviously shitting on it.
Here we go. Pulling it up. 5 games you should only play once. BioShock Infinite cover art. Number 1, BioShock Infinite. Number 2, Journey. Journey's actually
Yeah, I was gonna say Journey. Yeah.
one. That's one I would say.
Yeah.
Any Telltale game. Absolutely. That's a great. The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. Yeah. Having played that game multiple times, I agree. And
Because you'll spend 100 hours in that game easily. Like
the
you don't need to
fifth
spend.
one-
You don't need to spend 300.
Yeah, 5th one, Outlast.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Because jump scares don't work anymore,
It's true.
or they're not going to work again.
Yeah.
But then we got into the more kind of stuff I'm doing now, which is kind of what I wanted to do. Write about shit that we also have, some wiki attachment to. And it's not like I'm getting a wiki and they're like, oh, this game's coming out, so we got to write something about it, so get on it. I get to like curate what I'd be writing about it. One of my favorite things I've written there since is I did an interview with the developers of Chicken, which is a Minecraft-y
The food
like
chicken.
I was
No, it's a
Developers
game
of
called.
Chicken.
The game essentially is a survival like Minecrafty kind of thing. You get stuck on an island, and instead of making buildings, you make creatures.
Mhm.
So you take part. Literally, you'll find chickens and shit and like all types of animals on this island. You can like break them apart with a stick after you kill them. They like burst in little pieces. You can take those pieces and make a creature, and that creature becomes like part of the wildlife or like your personal friend. They want to take that sort of sandboxy creationism that is popular in that little subgenre in the indies and make it a Pokemon game essentially. So I got to talk to the community manager over there about it, and that was cool. I also write a lot about League for Gamepedia.
All right, moving on.
Like a lot.
Like a
holy
lot.
shit.
Like way too much.
And I'll probably be covering Worlds extensively there.
I don't doubt it. Do you write anything like in your like spare time? Not about.
I write a
video
bunch. I've actually been working on a project, and it's essentially like getting a website finally.
games?
And I want it to be a hub for a lot of the shit I do. Not just a collection of things I've written, whatever, or like a place to put these podcasts, both Monthly Passions and like other things I might want to do. But I want to also start writing more autonomously about shit. Like I want to write more. Like when I did some time over at Technology Tell before it closed, and my job there was to write about Apple software.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up in the App Store a lot, playing lots of mobile games. And I came to fall in love with mobile games in that way because I spent a lot of time playing them and spent a lot of time talking to developers of mobile games, like some of the smaller, even from free to play or whatever. And I've taken a liking to mobile games. And I think our problem with mobile games, besides the fact that there's like hundreds of thousands of them in the store, no one curates any of them, is that we don't talk about mobile games like we talk about other games. You'll find in any mobile game review that you'll see the words addictive at least mentioned 2, 3, or 4 times. You don't talk about things being addictive in other games. Like the vocabulary we use in mobile games is like we ourselves, not just writers or consumers included, we expect mobile games to just be this mindless thing that hooks us into a process or into a series of actions that is supposed to distract us for a small amount of time, and then we throw it away. We've kind of created or helped cultivate this opinion that mobile games can't be anything. So when they are, it's difficult to find them, firstly, because we if they're not the thing we expect, then we throw them away. But B, if we can't also accurately critique them in the way we critique bigger games, we're never going to cultivate a language and a respect or an English about how mobile games can be great. You only ever see the mobile games with either like the biggest hype or like the real runaway hits, the real surprisers that ever get covered like a real game. Like most recently, Reigns. It's a really good mobile game about being king of something, and you have to slide left to right like Tumblr or like a Tinder.
Yeah, Tony talked about it on the show recently.
Reigns is a really good game, but there are probably 5 or 6 mobile games that are decent that even if they were just 6s or 7s, if someone could write about them like we write about our 6s and 7s on consoles and PC, I feel like we can cultivate a real mobile sort of atmosphere here. And I think I started to do that at Technology Tower before it fell apart. And I want to continue doing that, even if I can't do it in big places. I've been trying to sneak in pitches like places wherever I can. Like I got a pretty cool Downwell article out at Playboy before Mike ended up leaving. But I wanted to write about mobile games. I want to be the person writing about mobile games freelance. I've been writing reviews-ish kind of stuff in my spare time. Nothing's been posted yet because I want to be able to do it consistently. So I want to sit on a pile of them first and then kind of just let them slowly sort of trickle out once the whole site thing comes together.
Okay.
So I've been spending a lot of time playing mobile games and kind of even older ones, like things that are established, things that aren't. And I want to just kind of start cultivating a place to go for an opinion that is more than just it's addictive, it's $1. And not every game really warrants that kind of language, and not every game that may is something I could write about.
Yeah.
But I'm just in the process of finding those things, and I'm trying to make it work.
You want to be the Michael Martin of mobile games,
right? Like Michael Martins is
he's a fighting game guy.
Is the steward of fighting games, and I think he has done something for the FCG at the best time to do it. The fighting game community.
Yes.
I said wrong.
You said a fighting community game.
Yeah, fighting community game. He's done something for that community that has existed for years, right around the time it was necessary, or right around the time it was good. Like, thanks to MOBAs and esports, like fighting games have kind of rode the wave to resurgence again in the public eye, and he jumped on right at the right time to talk about the people who the architects of that community.
Yeah.
And no one else was doing it, and he kind of pioneered looking at the individual that way. Even you'll see it anywhere. Like even after like his Red Bull stuff, you'll notice that even Riot over with their league stuff will start having pieces like evergreen or not about players in the LCS the way Mike used to cover, Street Fighter players.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to watch his influence, whether he knows it or not. And I think he had the same idea, just change the way people were talking about things, because no one treated fighting game players like they were sports guys, like they were just another guy, doing his thing, or like a prize fighter like he does. And I think that's changed, not just how we write about it or how we expect to read about it, but like how they are treated by everybody else. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, I agree. He's doing something special. I think Logan died also.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Oh,
it happens. He'll get back in here. I'll DM him in the meantime. He said his internet just went down. I'll tell him to hop back in. If it comes back up. Stuff that I've been working on. It's weird, I've been writing every day for a long time now. For a weird, lengthy amount of time. And like all I've been writing recently is like the kind of on the same project, which is different for me. Like typically I'm more all over the place. But everything I've been writing has been Alex Talks. Because like I have this terrifying fear that I'll just get to a point where I'm caught up on the things that I've written for Alex Talks, and then I have to shoot an episode of Alex Talks. and I won't have anything, and I'll have to write something, and I'll have to delay it, and et cetera, et cetera. I haven't gotten to that point. I have, I think, 5 finished, like completely finished, just need to be edited episodes. I've shot an episode of Alex Talks too at this point.
Is that going to be like a mini series? Like, there's a foreseeable end to this like block right now?
No. I have like so many more ideas. Maybe I'll do like short breaks between chunks. Internet back together, Logan.
Yeah, fucking. This is why I know people don't live in Missouri. Yeah, shitty ass.
You have that middle of the country
middle of the
internet.
country internet, right?
Yeah. Sorry, we're just talking about Alex Talks.
Oh, okay. Excited. I'm so excited.
I know you are. You are like maybe the most excited.
It's gonna be so good.
I hope so.
It's
God.
gonna be so good.
Yeah, so I shot the first episode of Alex Talks last weekend,
Okay.
as well as a thing. I guess like I can talk about it here. So I shot a trailer for Alex Talks. That's kind of like, to give you an idea of like the format and what that show looks like and what that show feels like. It's not like I think I've gotten a final cut of that, which will go out the 26th, and that'll unveil when Alex Talks is going to be starting, which is soon. 26th of September, that is. And I've shown that to a few people, and a lot of people are giving me good feedback that has allowed me to recut that, and then it's been a resoundingly positive response. It's definitely the, like I keep saying, you know, I've said it multiple times on this very show of like, this is going to be the best thing I ever do. Yeah. I still stand by that just because it is like a combination of all of the things that I've done up until this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it is video, it's audio, and it's writing. Like that's the biggest thing. Like some of the stuff that I've written for this show is some of the stuff I'm the most proud of. The episode that I've been working on recently, is just titled "Gameplay is King," which has been like this weird idea that I've had circulating in one form or another for a while now, and it's finally turned into like this. And like my approach with that has just been like there is always the, you know, like good gameplay can carry a bad game.
Yeah.
And a bad story can be overlooked by good gameplay. But I wanted to like lean into that more. I don't even remember what I wrote. I have it pulled up, and I'm like, oh, what is this article about?
What are all these words? These arcade glyphs.
Yeah, it's so long, and like it's fun to talk about like my favorite games and games that I've reviewed and not liked, but are good playing games. And that's been fun to kind of revisit. And like I'm also working on non-video game stuff as well. Just like I've been trying to get into writing about music for a while now.
Yep.
And that's super hard for me because like I have no point of comparison for music, or at least talking or writing about music. And I know it seems silly. I'm definitely like one of those people that like doesn't like to do something unless I can do it right.
Yeah.
As people will see with Alex Talks, like the video series, I think it's like that's me doing something right, and it's taken so long because I wanted to wait until I did it right. But so like I'm not an expert. I'm not a musician. I do play games. I don't make games, but a lot of what I write about games comes from the perspective of the player, not the developer.
Yeah.
Which makes it easier for me. So like writing about music is hard as someone who considers himself pretty musically untalented.
Yeah. See, that's interesting that you mentioned music. That's what I've in my spare time earlier today. I was trying to write a thing about Weezer because I had this whole thing and like we're awesome. I just listened to Weezer, and it's like I don't really know like any of the correct word. Like I'm not a music guy. I just listen. I'm like I like Weezer. I like Carly Rae Jepsen. Big fan of her. Mm-hmm. And like Taylor Swift was like, all right, I don't have anything to like contribute, but I'm like, I have thoughts and I'm trying to figure out how to like put them down. So it's really interesting that you mentioned the music thing.
Luckily, listening to Carly Rae Jepsen is more of a
That's
religious
so-
experience.
Oh my god, it really is
So
life changing. Some would say, yeah,
life changing.
yeah,
So like you don't even
Some
have to
would
write
say.
about it. You can just
Yeah.
let someone listen
Yeah.
and they're forever altered.
exactly.
I feel
People
like
talking. People. Did you say I don't know if you're lying?
That's what I feel like you are.
People on this very podcast have talked shit about CRJ, and they can go fuck
Who would
themselves.
dare? Yeah. You know what?
Probably Jacob.
No, not me. I love fucking CRJ.
Fucking yeah, you do.
So
You
good.
can throw me under the bus, you asshole.
So good.
Stand by, call me maybe. Stand by that.
Me too. Me too.
So good.
One of the Alex Toxins I've been writing about is about Metroid Prime
Oh, okay.
and how it was BioShock before BioShock happened. So I feel like that's something you would like, Jared. I feel it's something that I'm writing that I feel like you would write. So
Does it include the sweet room glitch where you just can't like leave the door?
yeah,
I'm like, well,
Always.
that's pretty Bioshock of them.
exactly. But yeah, I mean, I as a guy who writes every day, it's like all been scripts for Alex Talks, and it's been fun. Like I'm excited. I think I wrote something on my blog this past week, maybe. But yeah, I'm excited for that to start and for people to see that. Like I said, the 26th of September. I think that's the right day. If not that week, is gonna be cool. I wrote about Recore this week. That's all on my blog. Let's take a peek in the mail sack. We've been having some fun conversations, and I think it's time to
The old sack.
break out the old sack.
Do people call it the sack? Is that
We
like
should.
probably not.
Remember, you can always be a part of the show, in a variety of ways. Get this sweet jam playing real quick.
That's music there.
Yeah, that's some music. You can be a part of the show. You can send your questions to mailsack, mailsack at irrationalpod295.com, like Brian Jackson did. You may know him as Nobishin. He said he has a game. This game is called Positive Paul versus Negative Nancy. I will provide a topic of 2016 game release that someone will either have to speak entirely positive or completely negative on for about 30 seconds. Whoever didn't participate quickly deliberate on which person sold it the most on their positivity / negativity, and declare a winner. Obviously, make it sound as sincere as possible. You can either volunteer or I will pick. It says he'll use a randomizer, but I'm going to pick. The Witness. Jared, I want you to be positive about The Witness for 30 seconds for me.
Of course, you're gonna challenge me.
Yeah.
Do I just do that? Is there
Yeah,
like
just
a
do it. You
30
can
seconds, go.
Start now, yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like Jonathan Blow's a pretty cool dude. Let's just start there.
Pretty cool dude. Overwhelmingly positive.
Probably a pretty cool dude. He's got a pretty cool name, Blow. You can do a lot of things with Blow.
He's got a good head on his shoulders.
Should I call you Positive Paul at this point? Is this the point where I do that?
Yes. The Witness, the Witness itself. I mean, it's a puzzle game with the best parts of Myst in mind. Very atmospheric. You have to kind of figure it out yourself. It's not sitting here walking you through things. You really have to touch this game and like really go through it and really
There, you did a terrible job.
work through it. Listen, I started out positive.
You were positive.
In fact, I was completely positive. It was just 15 seconds that I was about Jonathan Blow himself.
I want Logan. I want you to be positive about Firewatch for 30 seconds.
God damn it.
Go.
Firewatch. All right. Henry and Delilah are awesome. They're cool people. Although Delilah is kind of crazy at the end. But their dialogue is really cool. The world is super beautiful. I love the art style. The old man's kind of weird. Not really necessary. But
as is true of almost all old men.
Game's got a great atmosphere. It's spooky when it should be. It's both unnerving and really like tranquil to go outside. I just want to like walk around, but I also feel like I'm gonna get killed when I do.
That's it.
There you go.
It's true. You do feel like you
Yeah.
when you do.
Yeah.
Jacob, I want you to be positive about Battleborn for 30 seconds.
About Battleborn.
Battleborn.
Starting right now.
Now.
All right. Well, I've never played Battleborn in my life,
Okay.
but from what I've heard, a person likes it.
Just one.
So that seems pretty positive based on the way everyone else talks about it. So also,
Yeah.
it's got a cooler name than Overwatch.
Really?
Overwatch. What does that tell you about
Battleborn abbreviates to BB.
the game? Yeah. Yeah, that's another good one. Also,
That's it.
I nailed that.
Jarrett, I want you to be a negative Nancy about Dark Souls 3. Go for it now.
Well, I mean, Ali Mushka liked it, so it can't be great. Dark Souls 3 is kind of like a shadow of what Dark Souls could have been. It looked at what Dark Souls 1 was and was like, I don't remember how we did that. It's kind of like if you write a paper and then like at 10 o'clock at night after 15 pages, you delete it and then have to write it all again in 2 hours. And it doesn't quite look like the one you wrote, and all your ideas, that great ones, are kind of shadows of themselves.
That's it.
That's what Dark Souls 3 is.
Jarrett, can you see this list?
Yes.
You should give one to me. You can be positive or negative. I don't care. That way I
You
can
need to be
participate.
Positive about No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky is cool. Like, remember when you were like, I looked up at space and I thought, I bet if I went to that moon, I could have at least 6 things to do on that moon. And you're like, that sounds cool, and I bet I would have a good time floating up to that moon and doing those 6 things and then shutting off this game forever.
But what all 6 things involve? Breaking rocks?
All 6 things involve scanning dinos that look like weird, like anal raptors.
But I'm going to give you another round
Okay.
where you need to be negative about Overwatch. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Go.
Overwatch sucks because it takes up so much of my time. I could be doing better things, like playing games that are coming out now that I should be covering to have an opinion and be relevant. But no, instead of fucking playing Overwatch. And of course you picked Reaper. Why 3 Reapers on my team? Because nobody knows how to fucking play video games. And I'm just gonna hit triangle and get play the fucking game. Oh, I'm so good at video games. Shotguns, I run up to you. What do? You Tracer?
It's over. I feel like you had that pent up a little bit.
A little bit. Jacob, I want you to be really positive about Inside, the video game, for about 30 seconds.
Now?
Now.
All right, Inside. Another great game I've never played in my life. I assume that it's a God's gift to man, and that sounds like I can't go any higher than that. So I'm just gonna stop.
I feel like you might have oversold it.
I don't think I
maybe.
did.
Oh, man.
Logan,
God's gift.
I need you to be really negative about Quantum Break.
Oh, shit. Well, okay. I've never played Quantum Break, so
Yes.
it's just obviously dumb right off the bat. It's got to be a game for babies.
Game of the year.
Quantum Break. I mean, why am I having to break something? And what is that's like space stuff? I'm not a scientist. Yeah, I'm not like a botanist. I don't know what that's about. Like, what's going on there?
A quantum botanist.
Yeah, I don't have time for that. End.
And you had 8 seconds to spare.
Look at that.
Jared, I need you to be the most positive about Uncharted 4. Now.
Why do you hate me? Well, I mean, Uncharted 4 does good things. It makes Nathan Drake's hair look very good.
Yeah.
True.
When you really test out the butt of his jeans because he does all that sliding on rocks. And, those jeans are real good.
Yeah.
Grappling hooks are fucking awesome.
He's a rough
Pretty
boy.
much all the time. He's not a rough boy though. He might be a boy. Maybe rough. Can't really make a claim either way. But what's really good about Uncharted 4 is if you like questions that are unanswered, it really does that for you.
Fair enough. I don't know if Nabisha meant for us to read that on the podcast, but I really hope so. Let's take a look at the tweets. Remember, you can always tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ, and we'll answer them on the show in the mail sack.
I like that you have two rough boy related
Titles.
No, god damn it.
Yep.
Just putting it out there. Pulling the veil up a second. You can put it back down now.
Don't worry, Jacob. We can probably wrap
God
this
damn
up.
I don't want Rough Riders to be the goddamn title of the episode.
Rough Boys.
Rough Boys, whatever.
We got a tweet from. Let me make sure I have everything pulled up. We got a tweet from Justin D at Jushin. He says, "What's the hardest part of writing? Mine is editing my own work." What's your hardest part of writing, Logan?
Coming up with an idea and then liking what you've written, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So I always don't like what I write unless it's something that's like really bad. Then I'm like, hey, maybe that's good. A really awful thing. That's probably the one that's gold. And it never is.
Never is. It's
Never
hot
is.
street trash.
Yeah.
Jarrett?
Having an angle. I think
Yes.
anyone can write anything about anything. Like, we can all write about, oh, we love this particular game and this is why it's good. But like, sometimes it's not worth writing. Half of the things I wanted to write, I haven't written because I know someone pretty much has my opinion. Fully communicated it better than I could have, or at least just as well. So what's the point in doing that again? Trying to find another way to say something, or a better way, or another idea in the same space is probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jacob?
Probably just starting. Just like I go sit down and I'm just like, oh fuck. I have an idea, I know what I want to do, and I just stare at white.
The blank page, the most
Yeah.
intimidating
Yeah.
factor.
Exactly.
Doing it every day.
Yeah, that's real hard.
That part sucks. But it's fun.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, honestly, the angle is narrowing things down to like a fine point is very difficult for me. I tend to speak too broadly, and it makes you worse. Damien,
I do just want to say,
yeah,
for the writing every day, I'm so mad at you because now you've got me onto that, and it's
Oh, you're doing
it's
it?
so hard. Yeah, it's so hard.
there is like a cresting point where it's
Yeah.
just like you get over it, and like you're like, this isn't that bad anymore. It's for me, it's I don't write that much every day.
Yeah.
I write a good amount, but not that much. Damien at Damien Soar asks, "What's one of your favorite memories of Irrational Pod?"
Oh god.
Jacob, please.
It's just all an alcoholic blur.
Um,
I'm on the podcast I'm drinking. This is the first time I drank on the podcast. Probably when I was at your house. Right?
it's true.
That's-
We got fucking wasted.
We could have been drinking this whole time.
Yeah, I mean, I had a beer,
I haven't. Nothing.
but heavy over here.
Hell yeah. But yeah, probably when I was we were all at your place. That was fun.
That was fun.
That was the first time I was on the podcast. We did the Wolf Among Us finale spoiler cast, and then we got real drunk on
The absinthe was a real bad idea.
Yeah,
Jesus
real bad.
Christ. Logan.
I'm gonna say this.
All right, yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Jarrett.
That absinthe was like a real bad idea.
real
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, it fucked you up the most, Jarrett.
So I've
to
only
be
had
honest.
I've only had absinthe once since then. It was like probably 2 months ago, right? Literally the day before I had to go and do the Ghostbusters premiere, and
Did it destroy you?
I felt miserable. And I do interviews on camera, and I was like, if I throw up, I'm gonna get fired.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't throw
I
up
throw up on
on these
camera.
people.
If I throw up on fucking Melissa McCarthy, I'm gonna get fired.
Yeah. I remember you telling me about this. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. What bad planning on my part.
Yeah. It was worth it.
It wasn't.
Podcast wise, I don't know. There's so many good ones. Obviously, the one we all did together was great. Episode 100 was great. Episode 50 was great too. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I can pinpoint any specific episode. I think actually, in recent memory, our most recent Game of the Year show was definitely a highlight for me. And irrationalpassions.com wise was definitely like the highlight is
Me.
yes,
Yeah.
it's Jacob Bryant. Just full stop. No, it was PAX East 2014. Being an editor for a writing team and like having the team there and like making appointments and sending you guys off to go and be press, and that was nothing's ever been more rewarding than that.
I think I brought 3 things. I was a morale booster.
Our three man evolve preview is definitely one of my favorite things that's on the website.
Oh yeah,
That was a lot of fun to write.
Because it was cool. Like the way that they did that was like a tournament style, like with everyone watching on the big screen and on the like on the bleachers and stuff that they had just set up.
Yeah, it was cool.
That's really cool.
It was a cool way to play that game, and it was a cool way to cover that game, I thought. Cameron Abbott says, what are Jared Green's feelings on the Universal Championship title and the title itself?
I'm glad he asked. I'll take that question.
How about
More than he is worth.
how about the No Mercy main event? I'm going to just skip over that one. Unless Jared has an answer that'll take less than 30 seconds.
Sorry, I was staring at my cat. He's doing something weird. The Universal title is red and it's awkward. It makes me uncomfortable to watch. I mean, wear red leather outside and then see how you feel about that. It's awkward. I've done it.
I feel bad. I have not even done it.
The only thing I like about the No Mercy card is that this is the first time a No Mercy's happened since 2008. I think that's a funny historical memory. Otherwise, it's a main event I don't actually care about because we've seen it before in many, many permutations.
Yeah. Another wrestling question real quick. What does Jarrett think of the current state of John Cena and his becoming the part-time act he critiqued The Rock for?
I love John Cena personally because he has a fucking funny face. It's like a square head. He looks like a video game character, like an action figure.
Yeah.
Shit.
I think it's ironic
Yeah.
because, I mean, and also isn't that new? People turn out to be the things they didn't think they would be in wrestling all the time. Like Samoa Joe famously had a shoot promo where he got in the ring, got upset, and like pretty much for 5 minutes railed against like the business and the company and the people because he felt like the place he grew up in or the place he kind of made famous and he was doing lots of good work and was being overshadowed by a bunch of people who didn't deserve it. Or a bunch of people who got in because of their name, because they used to be former WWF dudes and they're getting like elevated over him. And now he is in a development league being the top guy who's helping to bury a bunch of people. So he is exactly what he thought he was. And sometimes it's just how things work. You grow up a couple years later, John Cena's doing better things with his life than he ever would be doing wrestling. Like he's on TV shows, he's like actually going out there and touching people's fucking real lives. He's being a spokesperson for a lot of things that are important, that are bigger than wrestling. He's learned Chinese and is like being an ambassador in China, speaking to Chinese people in Chinese about wrestling in an area that people that never really got. It's very hard to penetrate with like very American things, and everybody, even from film to TV to video games, are like finding spaces in China, and he's going to do that. It's more important, I think, than we're looking like a hypocrite on TV, where everything's fake and made up anyway.
The Rock's in Baywatch, though, so.
Yeah, it's like The Rock's doing big ass things. Like I can't be upset about The Rock.
Doom, the movie.
All right, we're
Yeah.
done with that. Dude.
Brian Jackson at Nabisha186 asks, what was the last 1.0 video game that you can remember playing? I assume he means this a game without a day one patch. Game that you just put in and played.
I thought you meant a game I gave a 1.
Yeah, that's what
I can't remember. I couldn't even tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a score of one video game ever.
The last game I played that didn't require a patch was on a system that didn't patch things.
Hungry,
was
hungry hippos.
There you go. Hungry Hippos ain't need no fucking patch.
Probably like a PS2 game.
Yeah.
Where like I'm stuck with this, whatever it is, it is.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, yeah, like something like Kingdom Hearts 2.
Ugh, don't talk about Kingdom Hearts anymore. I'm out. I'm out.
It was like the last PS2 game I remember playing.
Actually, maybe. I mean, I don't know how the patching works on like 3DS, but I've been playing lots of Monster Hunter Generations.
Tales of the Abyss.
I don't know that like they get patched often though. I couldn't tell you if a patch actually happened in Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it was probably a DS game. Probably like Fire Emblem doesn't have a patch, for example.
Fire Emblem Fates, which would probably make that yours as well, Jacob.
It would.
Logan.
It'd have to be a PS2 game. Like, I guess maybe God of War 2, like the last PS2 game I played.
Yeah.
Something like that.
There you go. That's it for questions. How are you doing on time, Jacob? Do you have like 5 to 7 minutes?
I have 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for tweeting in. Remember, you can always send your tweets to @IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ. And you can also leave us voicemails, 404-590-1337. It's like Zyger.
No.
Standard long distance fees do apply. You can follow each of us on Twitter. I'm at @OwlFighter27. That's where you can find me personally on Twitter. Jared is at Jarrett John. All one word. 2 R's, 2 T's, 2 J's.
Oh, man.
2 A's.
1 W.
1 W. It's the
Great work,
W is
guys.
actually short for WWE.
I just use one W.
Jacob is at Jacob B41. Logan, you were at Lefty Loggy.
Lefty Logie.
Logie.
Yeah.
I feel like LOGGY would not be Logie. I'm gonna hate to break it to you.
Well, that's what my baby cousin wrote it down and said that was Logie, so I've just taken that. So
Okay.
blame a 9-year-old kid. All right.
I happily will.
Way to pick on him, Alex. All right.
I hate kids.
That's fair. That's fair. They're little monsters. But
I don't necessarily hate kids, but for the most part, I do.
What's it like to be a sociopath?
You can follow the site on Twitter at IrrationalPod. Some other stuff. Written review us on iTunes and Stitcher. Check out the VG Evo Podcast Network that we're a part of, and Malicious Pod X, our little sister podcast, and Monthly Passions Podcast. I guess would be our little brother podcast. Jared hosts that.
How much I've never been on. It's no big deal.
Check out twitch.tv
I'm
forward
gonna
slash.
get you on it, and it's just gonna be an empty segment. You just do whatever the fuck you want. How about that?
That's fine. I would love that completely.
That would be amazing.
You have no
Just
idea
you
what
two
I'd rate the
spitballing
table.
it. I love it. Twitch.tv forward slash Irrational Passions. YouTube.com forward slash Irrational Passions. I think Roger Picorni and my Let's Plays will start on Monday. We played Batman Arkham Asylum.
great game.
It's a great game.
It's Resident Evil 6.
Maybe some Resident Evil 6 is going to happen soon.
Resident Evil, not me.
And tell your friends. Word of mouth's the best way to spread the love. For everything else, Irrational Passions, including the stuff that I've written, stuff that Logan's written,
Hey.
and Blast from the Past, stuff that Jarrett and Jacob have written. IrrationalPassions.com. Now, we have been closing the podcast for the past couple weeks with bets. I'm going to let you guys know how bets work. I'm going to catch you up real quick. So I'm gonna give you a bet. I need you to give me like a definitive answer, basically a numbered answer. It's typically an amount. For example, our first bet was how many times during the Sony PlayStation meeting does a Sony person say a new experience? That was our first bet. So the bet for this week, and you all are so we're in 2 teams. Scott and I are on a team, and Tony and Nabishan are on a team. Jarrett, for according to Nabishan, obvious reasons, you represent his vote.
Clearly.
Jacob, you're gonna be Scott. You and I are gonna be on the team, and Logan,
Sorry.
you are gonna be Tony.
Okay.
So, and I'm gonna write down my answer. I was supposed to prep you and tell you this bet so you could have an answer already,
But you forgot.
but I forgot. And I didn't have a bet yet. I have a bet now.
Well-oiled machine, this podcast is.
I have a bet now. So the question is, how many times in Batman the Telltale series, Episode 2, will the phrase, quote unquote, the Penguin be said out loud? You want me to read that again?
No.
Got it.
Got it. Steel cage. All right. Logan?
I'm going to say 0.
Okay.
I don't think it's said once.
Jared?
Can we have the same bet?
Yeah.
I'm also going to say 0.
Okay.
I'm
Jacob?
going to go 1 because you guys. I don't want to just say 0 too.
I said twice. The Penguin.
I'm going to win so much money.
Uh,
I want to win so much money. Not here.
so, last week's bet. Remember, winners of the bet will get the final word. This is, again, just pulling right from the Easy Allies podcast. We'll get the final word on anything they disagreed on or anything they would want to reiterate on with no objections from the other members of the cast. And they also get Danny Juarez's love.
Didn't know it was for auction like that.
Until, I mean, it's not necessarily a hot commodity.
Ooh, got him.
Last week's bet. ReCore launches on Xbox One and PC on Tuesday, September 13th. What will the Metacritic average be for ReCore on Xbox One? My bet was 74. Tony said 79. Nabishin said 78. Scott said 77. Obviously, we thought very highly of the game going into it.
And you guys bet like assholes.
That was all, again, they'd written these numbers down, and they were all one away from each other.
Right.
The Metacritic average of the Xbox One version of ReCore is 63. Which means that I am the closest, so I won that bet. So this week I am awarded Danny Juarez's love. Some might say a prize not worth earning.
Some might say a pocket full of dirt.
Final word, I do want to say Uncharted 2 is not overrated. Hands down. Excellent
so
game.
am I just not allowed to
So what
dispute?
happened?
You're just not allowed to disagree.
Okay.
So what
Thank you.
happens to if I when I win next week? I'm not gonna be on the podcast.
So again, you are in place for
Oh.
Scott. So Scott
You're
will
welcome,
get
Scott.
final say. So when you nail it,
When you're right, when that was the correct word. When.
when you nail it, Uncharted 2 is excellent. Uncharted 4 is the best in the series for sure. And Uncharted 2 is great. It's the second best in the series, or maybe third, depending on how you feel about Uncharted 1.
Oh,
No,
God.
I like Uncharted 1 a lot.
that's fine. You go play in your room.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time to do this weird reunion podcast. I love all of you.
We didn't quite clock in at the tight 45 minutes I was hoping.
3 hours, 30 minutes, 45 seconds.
Makes me vomit. Jesus Christ.
Logan, thanks for coming on. I
Yeah,
hope you enjoyed
absolutely.
your first episode of the
It's
podcast.
been an absolute pleasure. Yeah.
Hopefully there will be more.
Yeah,
more of you in
definitely.
the future.
Love to be back on.
Absolutely. Jarrett, Jacob, it's been a fun 3 years.
Mm.
I look forward to three
You
more
throw up
years
gang signs
and
shit.
more years and more years after that. So it's
We'll
been
see
an
what
honor and a
after.
privilege to work with you guys.
We'll see what happens after Extra Life.
Yeah, we'll see. See if Jacob shows up. We're gonna
Doing
get him
my
there.
can.
We're-
$500 ticket.
We're gonna get
So
you there.
much.
I'll crowdfund that fucking shit.
Yeah.
Go fund me.
Go fund me. Go fund Jacob
Buy
to
me
get
tickets.
to Extra Life. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for opening music of Two Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Thank you to Jarrett Green, Jacob Bryant, and Logan Wilkinson for joining me. I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games. Stay rational. We will talk to you all next week. So we don't want to stop recording yet. We do have to pick a title. I wrote 4 titles here.
God damn it. I don't like that 2 of them are fucking rough.
Rough time for the rough boys.
Hmm.
Rough and rough boys. Which alternates back and forth between rough and rough.
Wait, that's all of them? That's only 2.
Road Dog and K
So
Quick.
Nabishin's not here. It's definitely like it's a bootleg podcast.
This is a bootleg podcast, yeah, for sure.
And Jarek Bros podcast.
Really
I
pulling
hate
across.
this.
I love rough and rough boys.
No.
What do you like, Logan?
God.
I'm gonna be honest. I like rough and rough boys too.
Jarrett?
Just do it.
I need someone to say you're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 295, and another person to say rough and rough boys.
I'm not saying Rough and rough.
I think Logan's gonna say rough and rough.
Yeah,
Rough and rough and rough
Absolutely. At rough and rough boys.
Rough and rough boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Jacob, I think you have to say the number though.
Why? I'm gonna be not happy about it. Just so you know.
That's fine. It's 295.
Wait, so I say welcome. Or this.
You're listening to Irrational Passions podcast, episode 295.
right now.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Nah, Jared can do it. It's fine.
No, you have to.
Do it at the same time, Jared. That'll help Alex out.
Can we do that?
Alright.
Ready?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Or how are we gonna time this up? This is gonna be such a.
I'll count from 3 to 1 on
You go
one.
on one. Oh, we can always go on one. I like to
Always go
go
on one. No clap. Fucking stop. 3.
Wait, so this is Irrational Passions podcast. What's the number? I forgot it.
295.
Am I saying it after he says this one?
Yeah, as soon as he says his thing, rough and rough boys.
295.
Rough and rough boys.
295.
295.
Rough.
All right.
Wait, is
Are we
it
gonna
this?
do this?
Like how you are listening to the Irrational Passions podcast?
This
That's
is
what we're
the
saying,
greatest.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, you're listening to, or this is? Irrational Passions?
Do both. Fuck it.
All right. Well, let's just say whatever we want, Jack. As long as we get the number in, it's fine.
3, 2, 1.
You're listening
Hey,
to.
I hope you listen to this podcast.
No, what you do is you
Rough
mute.
boys.
You turn up. You mute your computer speakers, your headphones, so that way you guys just both say it. So when I say 1, you guys just both mute your speakers or headphones,
Mute.
and then you just say it.
Wait, I don't know. How do you mute your headphones?
Oh, you just
Oh, right.
turn the volume down.
I was looking for the button on Google Hangouts. I was like, that's my microphone, bro.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2,
He's so dumb.
1.
You're listening to the
You're listening to
Irrational Passions podcast, episode 295.
Episode 295. Enjoy.
At
Please.
Rough and Rough Boys podcast.
Rough and rough boys.
Rough and Rough Boys.
There you go.
I'm glad we
There
could
you go.
fuck this up for you.
I'm so looking forward to editing this. That's it. You can stop recording now.
All right.
All
Hi,
right.
Gus.
Go eat, I think.
I have to pee so bad.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you, video
export-
viewers. I love you all.